Welcome back, brothers, to Ammo Lore. Tonight's story, we're diving into a new lore of when Mortarion met Perturabo after his Demon Prince transformation. But before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get into the madness.
Dysactis burned beneath them like a murdered world that had refused the mercy of death. From the assault cradle of the descending dropcraft, Malgor Vor watched the planet rise through the fractured vision of a cracked oculus screen. The glass was filmed with old pus and sacred machine oil, its edges furred by rust that had never ceased growing. Beyond it, Dysactis turned in the void as a sphere of black deserts, burning oceans of ash and storm systems the color of infected bruises. Lightning crawled over its continents in branching veins, white for an instant, then green, then the sick yellow of old bile. The fire dust season was upon the world, and the season had teeth. The dropcraft shook as it entered the upper storms. Warning runes bled across the cockpit shrine, each one souring from red to brown as the machine spirit coughed its distress through vox grills crusted with salt and scab. The pilot servitor remained locked into its throne, its skin split by cables, its blind eyes weeping black lubricant. It clicked prayers through a throat that had been replaced by brass tubing. Atmospheric integrity failing, it rasped. Vor did not look away from the world, then fail more slowly. The servitor obeyed, because obedience was all that remained of it. The dropcraft descended. Around Vor, his brothers hung in their restraint harnesses, like diseased idols. They were plague marines of the Death Guard, sons of Barbarous by blood, oath, and rot, though 10,000 years of hatred had made such origins into something deeper than memory. Their armor was pale beneath corrosion, the color of old bone drowned in grave water. Horns broke from helms, bells hung from chains, pitted pauldrons bore the marks of campaigns whose names had been eaten from imperial record. Their bolters were clutched across bloated breastplates. Their plague knives rested against thighs swollen by armor and infection. Their silence was not discipline in the manner of the loyalist dogs. It was patience. It was the silence of tombs before the stone lid opened. The dropcraft screamed. Fire clawed at its hull. Fire dust struck with such force that the craft sounded as though it descended through a storm of ground glass. The forward armor plates peeled, blackened, and ran with molten streaks. A lesser engine would have died. A clean engine would have died screaming. This one endured because its soul had been taught the virtues of suffering. Vor tasted the planet before he landed. The filtration grill of his helm let in a trace of the outside world, enough for communion, enough for judgment. Sulfur, iron, silica ash, corpse minerals, old radiation, fossilized blood. The world had known war before them. That pleased him. "The world resists us," said Brother Corville from across the hold. His voice came through the squad vox as a wet grind, as though something living had curled around his lungs and learned to speak in his stead. Vor turned his helm by a fraction. "Then it still has life enough to rot." There was amusement at that, if the low clicks and phlegm-thick exhalations of the Death Guard could be called amusement. Brother Seldrux dragged the edge of his plague cleaver across the deck, raising sparks that guttered green before they died. "Good," Seldrux said. "Dead worlds offer poor worship." The dropcraft broke through the lowest storm shelf and entered a canyon of flame. Dysactis opened beneath them. Black glass deserts stretched to the horizon, cracked into vast plates like the skin of a burned god. Ash oceans rolled in slow tides, not liquid, but billions upon billions of heated particles driven by furnace winds. Pyroclastic fronts crawled across the land in towering walls, swallowing mountains and vomiting them back as glowing ruin. Ancient cyclopean structures jutted from dunes of volcanic dust, half buried beneath centuries of planetary convulsion. They were too vast to be fortresses, too deliberate to be mountains.
Their angles hurt the eye. Their surfaces had been carved by hands that knew neither mercy nor mankind. The fire dust wind struck the dropcraft sideways. Restraints snapped. A plague thrall chained near the rear ramp was torn free and smashed against the wall hard enough to burst. Its ribs opened beneath the impact. The body slid down the metal, leaving a red-brown smear over older stains. No one looked at it for long. The mortal had served its purpose by dying in
transit rather than before launch. The pilot servitor began chanting impact liturgies. Vor rose before the craft had landed. His armor responded with a grinding purr. Cables tightened like tendons. Rust flakes fell from his joints. Something small and many-legged retreated into the cracks of his gorget. He took up his bolter, a heavy, ancient thing whose casing was etched with kill runes and prayer scars. He checked the weapon by feel, not because he doubted it, but because ritual mattered. Ritual separated war from butchery, and the Death Guard had long ago made both holy. The craft hit the ground. The impact killed most of the remaining mortal cargo. The living were thrown over the dead. Skulls cracked against deck grates. Teeth scattered. One thrall's rebreather punched through its own face and out through the back of its head, the hose still hissing as the body kicked. The drop ramp blew outward, half melting as it fell, and Dysactis entered the hold in a shriek of burning air. Unarmored flesh blistered instantly. The plague thralls forced forward by shock collars began to die before they reached open ground. Fire dust clogged their rebreathers. Filters burst. Their eyes boiled behind cheap lenses. They clawed at their throats as ash turned their breaths into knives. Some fell to their knees in prayer. Some vomited blood until there was nothing left to vomit. Some crawled because the collars compelled them onward, even after their lungs had become wet sacks of cooked meat. Vor stepped over them. His boots sank into the hot ash. The ground hissed beneath his weight. Around him, other dropcraft punched through the storm and died into the landscape. Some landed intact. Some came down burning. One craft lost its left engine and cartwheeled across the glass flats, shedding plague marines, thralls, armor plating, chains, and flaming bodies in a long wound of debris. Another slammed nose first into a basalt ridge and remained there, its engines coughing smoke like a censured beast, its surviving warriors cutting themselves free from the wreckage with chain blades. There was no haste, no panic, no glory, only descent, impact, death, and advance. The landing zone became a chapel in moments. Rusted icons were driven into the ash by plague thralls, whose hands split around the iron hafts. Corpse smoke rose from burning dead. Bubbling craters filled with diseased runoff from ruptured storage cysts. The Death Guard moved through it all as priests threw incense. Their armor drank soot. Their banners snapped and tore in the furnace wind, displaying the three-lobed mark of the plague god and the old signs of the 14th Legion beneath layers of filth and blasphemy. Vor's formation entered the canyon at a march. The walls were black glass veined with red heat. Within the glass were skeletons, thousands of them, sealed by ancient fire. They stood, knelt, clawed, embraced, fled, and prayed inside the transparent stone, preserved in the final postures of extinction. Their mouths were open, their fingers were hooked. Some had melted together in knots of terror, skulls fused through shoulders, arms trapped inside rib cages, children-shaped remains pressed beneath larger bones. The fire dust had polished them until they seemed almost deliberate, like relics set into the walls of a cathedral. Brother Corvel tapped one with the muzzle of his bolter. The skeleton's skull cracked behind the glass, and a dark fluid leaked from nowhere. "Old fear," he said. "Old fear nourishes new rot," Vor answered. The canyon narrowed. The winds grew sharper. Fire dust peeled paint from ceramite and shrieked over armor seals. Mortal thralls followed in ragged columns, dying in ranks as their collars drove them after their masters. Thousands had come down in the first wave. Hundreds remained capable of walking. The rest littered the path as twitching offerings, their rebreathers clogged, their tongues swelled, their lungs filled with ash until their chests burst under the effort to breathe. One stumbled against Vor's greave, hands clawing weakly at the corroded plate. "Mercy," the mortal croaked. Vor looked down. The thrall's face was already losing shape. Its eyes had ruptured. Its cheeks were striped raw by fire dust. Its mouth worked around the word again, though no sound came. Vor lifted his boot and continued walking. Behind him, Seldrix crushed the mortal's skull without altering. Stride. The sound was small beneath the storm, no more meaningful than a seed cracking underfoot. The cruelty of the Death Guard was not anger. Anger was sharp, wasteful, mortal. Their cruelty was colder and slower. It was the indifference of disease. It was the contempt of plague for prayer. The thralls died, and by dying they marked the path, absorbed the first toxins, stirred the ash, and taught the Death Guard what kind of world Dysactis wished to be. The Vox began to change as they pressed deeper. At first, it was only interference. Static rasped through the squad channel. Then came coughing, not from any warrior, but from the Vox itself, a wet, strangled sound that repeated between bursts of data. Vor blink-clicked through his helm display. The Auspex runes crawled across his vision, then shivered as if fevered. One by one, the symbols bloomed with little halos of corrosion. Threat markers softened at the edges. Cartographic lines sagged like decayed skin. Brother Dolm laughed. It sounded like a grave collapsing. Our Lord casts a long shadow. Vor felt it too. Mortarion had not yet set foot upon Dysactis, not in flesh, not in the full majesty of his bitterness. Yet the world already knew he was coming. The Vox knew. The Ash knew. The blood in the dead thralls knew. Vor's bolter, cleaned by plague serfs before deployment, had begun to rust along the magazine teeth. The corrosion spread in branching lines like veins beneath skin. A servitor dragged behind the column on tank treads halted and raised its head. Its face was a brass mask stitched to dead meat. It began counting in a voice like flies trapped in a jar. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. No one silenced it. The canyon opened into a depression ringed by broken basalt. At its center stood the first pylon. It rose from the ash at a slant, vast enough to dwarf a battle tank, dark enough to drink the light from the storm. Its surface was carved with sigils too large for human hands and too old for imperial scholars to profane with names. Cyclopean curves, spear-shaped grooves, repeating eyes, spirals that seemed to deepen as Vor stared, as though the stone were not carved but wounded. The pylon pointed east. No, Vor thought after a moment, not east. Direction meant little beneath storms that warped compass spirits and killed satellite eyes. It pointed toward a pressure in the world, toward a hidden absence, toward a buried wound that had waited through empires, through compliance, through rebellion, through 10,000 years of imperial rot and long war spite. The Temple of Ascension lay beyond the storms. He could feel it now, not see it, not hear it, feel it, the way a warrior felt a blade approaching before the edge entered flesh. Something under Dysactis was awake enough to dream, something old enough to draw Mortarion across the void, something potent enough that the Lord of Iron would not ignore it. Vor placed one gauntlet against the pylon. The stone was warm. Beneath the warmth was a pulse. "Mark it," he said. A plague thrall stumbled forward with a beacon rig chained to its spine. The device was almost larger than the mortal carrying it. With shaking hands, the thrall drove anchor spikes into the ash around the pylon. Its skin split under the heat. Its breathing became a bubbling wine. Then the sky opened. There was no warning cry, no enemy challenge, no crude howl of blood-maddened warriors hungry for recognition. Only mathematics. The first shell landed at the rear of the thrall column and erased it. The canyon became white fire. Pressure hit Vor's armor like a god's hammer. Thralls vanished into red vapor and spinning bone. Hundreds died before their nerves could name pain. The second shell landed higher on the canyon wall, and black glass exploded outward in a storm of razored shards that sliced bodies into ribbons. The third struck the beacon rig. The plague thrall carrying it became a smear around a crater of molten brass. "Contact," said Corval, as if noting a change in weather. More shells fell. Not barrage fire, not probing fire. Perfection. Each impact walked through the valley according to a firing solution laid by minds that did not waste hatred on theatrics. Shells landed where bodies would be, where warriors would step, where cover seemed to exist, where a commander might choose to regroup. Vor saw the shape of the kill box after the fourth. Detonation. The shells were not chasing them. They had already been placed around decisions not yet made. Iron warriors. Vor tasted bitterness through his helm filters, and beneath it, something close to respect. "Disperse by rot pattern," he voxed. "No clustering, no haste. Let the weak die first." His squad obeyed. They moved through the barrage, as only the Death Guard could move, steady beneath punishment that would have broken lesser Astartes formations. Brother Dolm lost an arm at the elbow to a shard of shell casing the length of a sword. He looked at the stump, watched black blood pump sluggishly from the wound, then mag-locked his bolter to his remaining gauntlet and continued. Seldrux took a direct burst of shrapnel across the chest. His breastplate split, revealing swollen organs packed behind cracked ceramite, glistening and alive with white worms. He pushed the plates together with one hand and laughed. The thralls did not endure. They burst. They burned. They crawled blind through ash made wet with their own insides. One group ran toward what looked like a sheltering fold in the canyon floor and triggered a buried macro mine. The blast lifted them as a single mass, a flowering column of limbs and viscera that pattered down across Vor's armor in warm scraps. Then came the Auspec's ghosts. False signatures bloomed in his helm display. Phantom engines, phantom infantry, phantom heat blooms. The canyon filled with lies. Seismic charges thudded beneath the ash, not detonating yet, only shifting the terrain, collapsing paths, opening channels, guiding movement, guiding them. Vor understood. The Iron Warriors had not arrived to contest the Death Guard landing. They had been waiting. The ash valleys were seeded. The glass ridges were measured. The canyon was a weapon whose trigger had been pulled by someone far beyond visual range. Buried mines slept under the drifts. Hidden guns tracked through the storm. Seismic charges adjusted the battlefield like a smith, bending metal on an anvil. This world was not empty. It had been made into a calculation. The barrage ceased. Silence rushed in, filled by burning wind and the wet groans of the dying. For 12 seconds, the storm cleared. Across the far horizon, Dysactis revealed its teeth. Black and iron fortifications rose from the fire dust in impossible tiers, walls like mountain ranges, bastions plated with hazard stripes dulled by ash. Gun towers turned with the slow contempt of executioners. Trenches cut the world in concentric scars, each one ribbed with firing steps, bunker mouths, razor wire, demon-forged tank traps, and corpse pits already waiting for occupants. Siege engines crouched in revetments. Demon engines dragged themselves on claws and treads, furnace mouths drooling sparks. Their roars rolled across the desert like industrial thunder. Behind the wall, titans walked. They were distant, half veiled by the returning ash, but distance could not make them small. Their silhouettes strode through the storm as cathedral giants, iron gods bearing weapon arms capable of murdering cities. Their void shields shimmered like heat haze. Their eyes burned through the murk with reactor hatred. Each step made the horizon tremble. The Vox cut open. Every channel, every squad link, every command band, even the dead servitor chanting sevens fell silent. A voice entered, cold and iron flat, stripped of ornament, stripped of rage, stripped of anything that might be mistaken for doubt. This world is under calculation. Leave it, or be reduced. The words passed through the mortal survivors like a blade. Some fell to their knees. Some reached for weapons with hands too ruined to grip. Some simply wept blood into their masks. Vor stood beneath the returning storm, ash sliding from his armor, gore cooling on his plates. Around him, his brothers waited. The pylon pulsed behind them. The temple called from somewhere beyond the Iron Warrior's wall. Then another voice answered. It was quiet. It did not need volume. It moved through the vox, as a contagion moves through blood, patient and absolute. Every mortal still listening died when they heard it. Their ears burst, their throats collapsed, their hearts stopped, as if clenched in a vast, invisible hand. No. Vor bowed his head, not in fear, not in worship as the corpse-thrown slaves understood worship, in recognition. The Lord of Death had spoken, and Dysactis began to rot. The command bastion crawled across Dysactis on tectonic treads, dragging a city of iron through a storm that wished to bury it. It had no name that mortals were permitted to speak. Names bred sentiment, and sentiment bred weakness. Among the Iron Warriors, it was designated by weight, function, armor density, ammunition capacity, and projected survival value under sustained orbital bombardment. Among the slaves dying beneath its shadow, it was called the World Wall, though none of them lived long enough to spread the title beyond the pits. Warsmith Drac Varix stood within its command heart and watched the planet die by measurement. The chamber around him was the size of a cathedral nave, but no shrine to any god had ever been granted such precision. Iron columns rose into darkness, each one bolted with gunmetal skulls and brass data conduits. Servo arms hung from ceiling rails, clicking and rotating in endless maintenance rites. Cogitator banks lined the walls in stacked tiers, their screens bleeding green light over black armor and hazard-striped plating. A dozen hololithic projectors cast Dysactis across the chamber floor, not as a world, but as angles, distances, pressure bands, storm vectors, load tolerances, troop densities, artillery arcs, and casualty expectations. Beyond the armored glass of the western viewing slit, slave pits stretched to the horizon. Millions labored there. They dug trenches with broken tools and bleeding hands. They dragged ferrocrete slabs through fire dust storms. They carried ammunition crates large enough to crush them when their knees failed. They hauled lengths of adamantine bracing into revetments they would never shelter behind. When they collapsed, overseer servitors fired shock prods into their spines until they stood or smoked. When they died, they were rendered into slurry, mixed with ash and bonding agents, and poured into the trench walls to thicken them against plague saturation. The dead were useful, the living were useful, until they became dead. Varix approved of the efficiency. His armor was black iron trimmed in old brass, heavy even for a son of Olympia. One pauldron bore the skull and hazard stripes of his legion. The other carried siege tallies etched so deep they had become scars in the ceramite. His helm rested upon the iron lectern beside him, its faceplate narrow-eyed and pitiless. He preferred to breathe the air of the command bastion when calculation required focus. It tasted of oil, hot metal, static discharge, and the faint copper tang of slave blood in the ventilation systems. A data altar rose before him. It was not built for worship. Worship was imprecision. The altar was a slab of black iron veined with circuitry and bound with cables thick as a man's torso. At its center, a prism of smoked crystal turned slowly above a socket of engraved steel. Runes shivered across it in harsh cascades. Equations unfolded, corrected themselves, consumed lesser projections, and resolved into orders. Perturabo did not send speeches. He sent certainty. Varix placed one gauntlet upon the altar plate. Needles emerged from the iron and stabbed through the ports in his palm. pain flared, then vanished beneath discipline. The altar accepted his blood and fed him the will of the Lord of Iron. Death Guard descent velocities, fire dust interference margins, estimated attrition by atmospheric burn, plague vector probability, corrosion risk by material class, expected advance rates through canyon, glass desert, ash basin, and basalt depression, acceptable losses for forward slave populations, acceptable losses for Legion infantry, acceptable losses for demon engines, acceptable losses for Legio Abhorax god machines under contamination conditions. Varix read it all in silence. A lesser commander would have called the numbers monstrous. A loyalist would have clothed ignorance in moral disgust. Varix saw only structure. War did not become cruelty because the dead were many. War became failure when the dead served nothing. The altar showed him Mortarion's projected path. Not the shortest route, not the safest, the inevitable one, through the strongest wall. Varix's mouth tightened. "So be it," he said. Around him, Iron Warriors officers received their own fragments of command through lesser nodes. Warsmiths, siege captains, artillery masters, warpsmiths, trench marshals, and slave butchers stood in ordered ranks among the cogitator banks. They did not shout, they did not chant, they did not plead for favor from gods who had never known the burden of logistics. They absorbed data, issued confirmations, and turned intent into murder. One warsmith did not. His name was Corvain Teth, commander of the 9th Forward Artillery Crown. Varix had known him since the long retreat into the Eye, had seen him breach loyalist citadels and drown hive spires in shellfire. Teth's armor was scarred with the marks of competence. That made his hesitation less forgivable. "The Western firing solution places the first counter-barrage within our slave revetments," Teth said. "The biological insulation is incomplete. We will lose the work crews before wall hardening reaches optimal threshold." No one looked at him. The data altar continued turning. Varix kept his gaze on the hollow world. "You question the firing solution," he said. "I identify inefficiency." A sound entered the chamber then, soft and mechanical. The command throne behind Teth awakened. Its servo claws unfolded from the backrest like the limbs of an iron insect. Teth realized it before the claws touched him. His face hardened. He did not reach for a weapon. He did not plead. That much dignity remained to him. The first claw punched through the back of his breastplate and out through his chest. It opened around his hearts and crushed them into pulp. The second locked around his helm and turned until the gorget snapped. Bone cracked inside ceramite. Blood flooded the collar seal and sheeted down the front of his armor. Teth fell to his knees. The throne's third claw drove through his skull and pinned him to the floor. The chamber remained silent. The data altar pulsed once. Perturabo's correction entered every command node. Delay caused by objection. Unacceptable. Authority restored. Firing solution unchanged. Varix finally looked at the corpse. Remove him. Assign his guns to Captain Dorak. Serfs hurried forward, pale and shaking, to drag away what remained of a warrior who had survived 10,000 years of war and died for wasting 7 heartbeats. That was how Perturabo ruled. Not through affection, not through worship, not through the soft poison of brotherhood. Iron obeyed iron because disobedience was mathematically useless and personally fatal. The Lord of Iron did not need to be loved. Love was a weakness of creatures afraid their work would not outlive them. The projections shifted. The army of the Iron Warriors unfolded across the command floor in layers of light. Legionaries occupied the trench networks in block formations, each squad assigned overlapping arcs and withdrawal timings. Their bolters rested behind plasteel firing lips. Chain axes and entrenching blades hung ready at their backs. They were not glorious. They were not beautiful. They were functional, and therefore worthy. Havoc cadres waited in armored galleries cut into basalt ridges. Their autocannons, missile launchers, lascannons, and chain cannons locked into recoil frames. Each gun crew had ammunition enough for sustained slaughter and slave loaders, enough to replace those burned by overheating barrels. The galleries were disguised beneath ashfall and false stone, invisible until they opened and began reducing enemy formations to fragments. Obliterators were sealed within radiation vaults below the second wall, chained inside hexagrammic cages, their swollen bodies merging flesh, demon, and weapon in blasphemous convulsions. They hated captivity. Varix approved of that as well. Hate kept them awake. When released, they would vomit plasma, melter fire, shell storms, and impossible calibers into whatever Mortarion sent against the breach. Warpsmiths tended the demon engines in the furnace yards. They moved through smoke, with mechadendrites twitching, chanting litanies of binding in Binharic static and Olympia cant. Brass muzzles opened like hungry mouths. Steel claws flexed. Tracks churned against restraining hooks. The engines wanted prey. The warpsmiths gave them pain instead, because pain was a leash that demons understood. Chaos Terminators waited in the inner redoubts, not as ornaments, but as counter-assault anvils. Their armor was thick as bunker doors, their combi bolters loaded, their power fists humming with caged lightning. They would not be wasted in the first storm. They would fall where the Death Guard believed they had broken through. They would make the breach into a butcher's sump. Far behind the artillery curtains walked Legio Abhorax. Even through hololithic abstraction, the Titans seemed obscene. In the outer yards, the god machines strode between towers of smoke and chains of chanting slaves. Warhounds stalked ahead like lean iron predators, their plasma blast guns caged, their Vulcan megabolters rotating in short testing bursts that shredded distant rock formations into molten dust. Reavers moved behind them, hunched beneath carapace weapons and banners of flayed skin. A warlord stood at the center of the engine line, its head a fortress mask, its reactor heart pulsing behind shields layered thick enough to endure city-killing fire. Their princeps were wired into coffin thrones deep within the command sarcophagi, bodies wasted, minds stretched across engines too vast for sanity. Bound demons howled inside their reactor spirits. Moderati murmured blasphemous Binharic. Warpsmith conclaves climbed gantries around the Titan's ankles, pouring demon oil into joint housings, hammering iron prayers into adamantium bones, welding purity seals made from human skin across corrupted armor plates. Varix despised the demons. He despised their hunger, their waste, their unpredictability, their laughter in systems where there should have been only command response. The warp was a flaw in reality, pretending to be revelation. It made fools of the devout and beasts of the ambitious. But Perturabo used demons. Therefore Varix used demons. The Iron Warriors had never needed to love a weapon in order to fire it. A trench marshal approached, helm tucked beneath one arm, face grey from exhaustion and ash exposure. He saluted with a fist to his breastplate. Warsmith. Biological insulation along the third revetment line remains below ordered thickness. Slave mortality is exceeding replenishment. Then reduce spacing between bodies. They are still alive. Varix stared at him. The marshal corrected himself at once. They are still moving. Movement is not relevant. Nail them into the revetments. Pack the gaps with the dead. Seal with ash cement. Their screaming may interfere with forward acoustic detection. Varix turned back to the hololith. Drown them. Within minutes, the order became reality. Outside, squads of Iron Warriors moved through the slave pits with pneumatic nail guns, chain hooks, and rivet drivers. Men were dragged from labor lines and pressed into trench walls. Iron spikes were fired through wrists, throats, thighs, and ribs. Some died immediately. Most did not. Their bodies formed layers against the inner faces of the revetments, meat insulation beneath steel mesh and ash bonding. The plague spores would meet them first. The trenches would measure how long flesh could delay rot before the rot reached iron. The slaves screamed prayers in 100 tongues. They begged the corpse emperor, They begged nameless gods. They begged the Iron Warriors. They begged the storm. The artillery calibration tones began. A low metallic howl rolled from the gun towers, tuned through vox amplifiers and seismic plates until it swallowed human voices. The screams remained. Varix could see them in the vibration patterns across the hololith, thin, frantic spikes under the smooth bands of machine sound. He considered the problem solved. A new projection unfolded across the world map, the Saturnine pattern. It was elegant. The first wall would be visible, arrogant, overbuilt, and intentionally flawed in 3 places. Mortarion's sons would identify the flaws. They would advance with the patience of things that believed endurance to be victory. They would pay heavily to reach the breach points. They would think the Iron Warriors had underestimated their capacity to endure punishment. Behind the visible wall waited the second geometry. Counter batteries, recessed galleries, seismic traps, plunging fire nests, melter corridors, false dead zones, and mine veins woven through ash valleys. Every apparent shelter was a pre-registered grave. Every breach opened into overlapping lines. Every advance would compress the Death Guard into positions where their resilience became a way of keeping them under fire longer. The third layer lay beneath the earth. Explosive trench grids. Not mines in the crude sense. Not scattered charges left to chance. A buried architecture of detonation, pressure, flame, and collapse. Entire valleys could be cut away from the battlefield. Pursuit routes could become cremation basins. Captured trenches could be transformed into coffins. Infected sectors could be excised by fire before contagion reached the inner bastion. Mortarion brought rot. Perturabo had prepared amputation. Varix studied the enemy projections. Plague Marines, Blight Lords, Demon Engines, Plague Mortars, Infected Armor, Thrall Masses, Corpse Carts, Sorcerous Vectors, and the shadow of the Demon Primarch himself. The Death Guard were not merely durable, they were contamination given formation. Every corpse mattered, every broken hull mattered. Every minute they remained in contact, the battlefield became less obedient. He spoke aloud, though no one had asked for his judgment. They endure, therefore increase duration. They rot metal, therefore expend metal before they can claim it. They follow Mortarion, therefore break the sons before addressing the father. Captain Dorak inclined his helm. And if the father advances first? Varix glanced at him. Then he confirms our Lord's prediction. The command chamber darkened, not from power loss, nothing so crude. Every luminal strip dimmed in perfect sequence. The hololithic map expanded, swelling until Dysactis covered the entire cathedral floor. Storm bands moved across it in bruised coils. Trench lines burned in amber. Death Guard landing zones pulsed with diseased green. Iron Warriors' fortifications shone in hard white, layer upon layer, a murder theorem written across a world. Then a shape appeared at the far side of the map. A silhouette only. Massive, armored beyond reason. Its outline suggested a figure and a fortress and an engine all at once. The projection did not resolve into features. It did not need to. Every Iron Warrior in the chamber knew the presence before them. Every serf dropped to the floor. Every servitor locked in place. Even the bound machine spirits seemed to lower their voices. Perturabo, Lord of Iron, stood over Dysactis as a shadow cast by war itself. Varix did not kneel. Iron Warriors did not grovel unless ordered. He bowed his head by the exact degree required. "My lord," he said. The silhouette raised one clawed hand. Its finger descended through storm projections, trench arcs, and artillery cones. It touched the hidden mark beneath the world map, the buried wound all their guns and walls existed to deny. The Temple of Ascension. The chamber held its breath. When Perturabo spoke, the vox did not distort. It clarified. His voice emerged cold, immense, and without ornament, as though language itself had been planned down to an edge. Mortarion will come through the strongest wall. The clawed finger remained on the temple mark. He has never understood that endurance is not strategy. Varix looked at the layers of prepared death, at the slave-packed walls, at the Titan icons waiting behind the artillery curtains, at the breach points designed to invite a brother's arrogance. For the first time since the Death Guard had entered Dysactis' atmosphere, he felt something close to anticipation. Not joy. Joy was for weaker legions. Purpose. Outside, the fire dust storm struck the world wall and broke against it. The bastion crawled onward, grinding rock, bone, and ash beneath its tectonic treads, while millions screamed into artillery song, and the Iron Warriors finished building the shape of Mortarion's wound. The plague cruiser entered the minefield with its void shields crawling in fungal light. Hestigor saw the radiance through the blistered glass of the lower observation gallery, though one of his eyes had gone milky 3 campaigns ago, and the other saw the universe through a permanent film of yellow tears. He leaned against the rusted rail, shackles clinking at his ankles, and watched death drift between the fleet and Dysactis. The mines were not crude iron spheres waiting for contact. The Iron Warriors had seeded orbit with patient machines. They hung in the darkness as cold, angular shapes, their hulls painted black, their sensor vanes folded tight, until a plague ship came near enough to justify awakening. Then they opened like metal flowers and screamed silently toward the invaders, their drives flashing white through the corpse dark. Some detonated against the void shields in blossoms of light. Others cut through the shields on blade fields and spent themselves against the cruiser's rotted armor, gouging trenches through iron layered with fat, bone, barnacle growth, and old sacrificial matter. The ship endured. It was called the Belligerent Wound by those permitted to know its name. It had been a proud warship once, before Hestigor's grandfather had been born into bondage, before the vessel's machine spirit had learned to like rust and hunger. Now its prow was crusted with the frozen remains of boarding actions and failed invasions. Bodies remained welded to its outer plates by void frost and impact heat, some human, some xenos, some things that had no clean name in any imperial tongue. They formed a second armor of the dead, a reliquary skin that cracked and shed limbs each time the ship fired its engines. Hestigor served in the lower decks because he had survived long enough to become useful. That was all loyalty meant aboard a Death Guard vessel. Survival became habit. Habit became obedience. Obedience became faith if a man lived too long with terror and had nothing else to call it. He wore a rebreather of cracked leather and bronze, though it did little but keep flies from crawling directly into his mouth. His skin was grey. His gums bled around black teeth. A canker at the side of his throat pulsed when the ship's reactors changed pitch. He had once wondered whether the swelling would kill him. He no longer wondered. Aboard the Belligerent Wound, death was not an event. It was an atmosphere. "Eyes down!" rasped Overseer Grohl from behind him. Hestigor lowered his gaze at once. Grohl had been a mortal man before the chirurgeons made him into a deckmaster. His arms were mismatched augmetics. His spine had been replaced by a segmented iron rod that clicked when he moved. The left side of his face was a rusted mask, bolted through the bone. He carried a shock stave made from a broken power conduit, still wrapped in the hand skin of the man who had last tried to steal ration paste. "Lord's Passage," Grohl said. The gallery slaves fell flat. Hestigor pressed his face to the deck. The metal was warm and wet. It breathed beneath him. Something small moved inside a drainage groove near his cheek. Armored footsteps passed along the gallery. Astartes. The word remained too small for what they were. Hestigor had seen them tear men apart with their hands, had seen them stand beneath ruptured coolant lines that dissolved mortal bone, had seen them speak softly while entire decks screamed. They were not men. They were judgments wearing armor. Their passage filled the gallery with stink, weight, and pressure. His ears rang from the growl of their plate. His sores opened beneath the nearness of them. One paused near him. Hestigor did not look up. Looking was permitted only when ordered, and men who needed to be told that seldom kept their eyes. "You," said the warrior. The voice came through a helm grill as a wet metallic drone. Hestigor's bowels clenched. "My lord." "Can you carry?" "Yes, my lord." "Can you obey?" "Yes, my lord." "Then remain alive until summoned." The warrior moved on. Hestigor did not breathe again until the deck stopped trembling beneath their steps. The Iron Warriors opened fire from the hidden moons before the belligerent wound cleared the inner mine belt. At first, the attack appeared as stars being born in the wrong places. Cold points along the dark flanks of Dysactis' dead satellites flashed, then expanded into spear lines of white force. Orbital batteries hidden beneath ash shields and mineral cloaks hurled macro shells through the void. Defense stations emerged from storm shadow, their armored shutters peeling back to reveal weapon mouths large enough to swallow hab blocks. Lance beams stabbed between plague ships. Torpedoes burned across the dark in disciplined salvos, each one guided by a mind that had already calculated the shape of the wound it intended to make. The first macro shell struck the cruiser's dorsal shield and burst into a sun. Hestigor was thrown across the gallery. The rail caught him in the ribs. Something cracked inside him. He tasted blood in his mask. Around him, slaves tumbled, screamed, or remained still. One man's head struck a shrine bollard and split open from brow to jaw, spilling brains and blood across the carved flies at its base. The second impact tore through the portside armor. The ship screamed, not the crew, the ship. The belligerent wound gave voice through every pipe, grill, and speaker shrine, a vast corroded bellow that shook clots of old matter from the ceiling. Red lumens flared. Bells tolled in uneven rhythm. Bulkhead seals slammed shut too late across the lower gun decks. Hestigor heard the sound of an entire compartment losing air. The noise was not a simple rush. It was a chorus dragged into the void. Men struck the far shutters from the inside, clawing at armored glass as the pressure took them. Their mouths opened wide. Their eyes swelled. Blood streamed from noses and ears. A plague thrall slammed against the viewport so hard its ribs burst through its chest. Then the shutters failed, and the compartment vomited its living and dead into space in a cloud of freezing gore. Bodies spun away from the cruiser, trailing red vapor that crystallized into glittering filth under the firelight of the orbital war. Grohl staggered to his feet, his shock stave sparking. "Damage parties," he snarled. "Move! Move or be rendered." The slaves moved because the alternative was worse. Hestigor limped after them through a corridor that had become a slaughter gutter. The deck pitched under his feet as the ship exchanged fire with unseen stations. Plague sailors dragged ammunition chains through puddles of coolant and blood. Servitors moved on broken tracks, clutching shell casings as if they were infants. A priest of decay stood in an alcove and laughed while shrapnel sawed his torso open, his intestines drooping over the lectern as he blessed the wound in the ship. The Death Guard answered. Viral torpedoes slid from launch tubes like obscene births, their casings swollen with cyst growths and weeping chemical frost. They did not fly straight so much as crawl through the void on trails of green propulsion. Corpse barges followed, crude hulks packed with infected dead, sealed pressure vats, and chanting thralls nailed into command frames. Boarding craft went with them, rust bloated and armored in overlapping plates, their prows shaped like diseased teeth. Hestigor watched through a shattered Auspex station as one viral torpedo struck an Iron Warrior's defense platform. It did not explode as Loyalist munitions exploded, with clean flame and force. It ruptured. The torpedo burst against the platform's gun spine, spilling a storm of metallic rot. The infection spread in visible veins across armor plating. Iron blistered. Adamantium sweated. Weapon barrels flowered outward as if rust were blooming from within them. The platform fired once more, a ragged discharge that tore itself apart at the muzzle. Then its batteries sagged, their casings splitting open, their inner mechanisms exposed like organs ripped from a chest. Lights died across the station in clusters. Something inside it detonated with a dull orange pulse, and pieces of the structure drifted away, shedding flakes of corroded metal like dead skin. Hestigor smiled behind his mask, because no one could see him do it. Then the boarding alarm sounded. Iron Warrior's torpedoes had struck the belligerent wound amidships. The first wave punched into the corpse armor and drilled through the outer hull. The second wave breached behind them. The third brought killers. Hestigor was driven with other serfs toward the breach zones, not to fight, but to carry tools, drag chains, and die in useful places. He saw the corridor ahead, filled with hard white light, as a boarding torpedo's inner hatch blew open. Iron Warriors came through in disciplined formation, their armor dark, their hazard stripes scorched by entry heat, bolters already firing. They did not howl. They did not waste breath. They advanced behind overlapping fire, muzzle flashes strobing through smoke and flies. The first line of plague thralls disintegrated. Bolter shells punched into mortal bodies and detonated inside them. Men burst apart in chunks. Arms spun away, chests opened, heads became red mist and bone chips. Hestigor dropped behind a fallen bulkhead brace as gore lashed across the corridor in warm sheets. A man beside him tried to pray, but a round struck his stomach and blew his lower body across the deck, leaving his upper half clawing at Hestigor's sleeve with confused urgency. Then the Death Guard Terminators arrived. They came through the smoke from the opposite passage, huge and slow, clad in cataphractii plate, swollen by rust and sanctified filth. Their armor was a moving wall of corrosion, bells, chain hooks, and cracked bone trophies. They entered the corridor as though the Iron Warrior's fire were weather. Bolter rounds struck their plates and detonated, chewing craters in ceramite, cracking horn growths, tearing loose strips of rotted parchment. They did not stop. The lead Terminator raised a combi bolter and fired. The corridor became thunder. An Iron Warrior took rounds across the chest and remained standing until the third shell entered his neck seal and blew his head from his shoulders. Another was struck in the thigh and hip, his leg bursting inside its armor, bone and augmetic joint spraying through the rent plating. He fell without a sound and was crushed under the boot of the warrior behind him. The two lines met at the breach. Chain fists awakened. The sound drilled through Hestigor's teeth. One Death Guard Terminator drove his chain fist into the boarding torpedo's armor collar, chewing through bulkhead metal and the Iron Warrior behind it in the same grinding motion. The loyalist corpse god had no servants here. There was only traitor killing traitor, old Legion hatred rendered in sparks and meat. An Iron Warrior rammed a chain axe into a Death Guard pauldron, carving down through armor until black blood and pale fat sprayed across his visor. The Plague Terminator answered by seizing the Iron Warrior's helm and crushing it inward. Hestigor saw the faceplate collapse, saw teeth and eye fluid squeeze through the grill, saw the warrior's body jerk as the skull inside ceased being a shape that could hold thought. The breach corridor decompressed for 7 heartbeats when a seal failed. Bodies lifted from the deck. Blood became red crystals. Hestigor's fingers tore against a pipe as the void tried to take him. A slave sailed past him, screaming soundlessly through a torn mask, until a Death Guard boot pinned him to the wall hard enough to flatten his chest. The emergency shutters slammed down and cut the man in half. His lower body dropped wetly to the deck. His upper body remained pasted against the shutter, arms twitching. The Terminators marched onward into the boarding wound, firing into the Iron Warrior's torpedo, dragging the fight with them. Hestigor saw them vanish through the smoke, their silhouettes immense, their weapons speaking in slow, punishing rhythm. Behind them, the walls were painted in red-black smears, the dead frozen in grotesque half-forms where vacuum and heat had argued over the shape of flesh. Grohl found him alive. "You were summoned," the overseer said. Hestigor tried to stand. His ribs flared with pain. Something loose moved inside his chest. "I obey." "Then hurry!" He was dragged, shoved, and finally allowed to limp through the ship toward the upper strategium. The journey felt like climbing through the organs of a dying beast. The cruiser shook with every exchange of fire. Bells tolled, pipes burst, flies poured from vents in thick black ropes. Crew gangs chanted repair cant as they hammered plates over wounds in the hull. Plague Marines moved through intersections without acknowledging the mortals pressed flat against walls to let them pass. Then the warp opened. Hestigor did not see it directly. Mortals who saw such things directly became meat with memories screaming through it. He felt it through the ship. A pressure descended. The firefight outside seemed to falter. Vox traffic dropped into static. The flies stopped moving for a single impossible moment, suspended in the air like black beads. Every bell aboard the belligerent wound tolled once, not by hand, not by mechanism, by recognition. Mortarion's flagship translated into real space above Dysactis, like a funeral bell given mass. The fleet did not cheer. Death Guard ships did not burn their guns in salute or waste Vox bandwidth on exultation. Their certainty deepened. Their formation tightened. Vessels that had been limping beneath Iron Warrior's fire turned their prows back toward the planet. Damaged engines steadied. Weapon crews reloaded with bleeding hands. Despair itself had taken command, and despair did not retreat. Hestigor was brought into the strategium under guard. He had no right to stand there. He knew that. The chamber was a high cathedral of corrosion and smoke, its ceiling lost behind clouds of incense and flies. Chains hung from the darkness, some bearing censers, some bearing corpses, some bearing things that had not finished, dying after being opened for omen reading. Hollow projections of Dysactis flickered above a circular command pit, their light sickened by warp interference. Around the pit stood Death Guard warlords, plague surgeons, Blightlord champions, and robed biologus adepts whose masks were fitted with glass tubes full of crawling cultures. And above them all stood Mortarion. Hestigor's ruined knees gave out before any guard could force him down. The demon Primarch was vast beyond reason, towering and gaunt, armored in plates of corroded war panoply that seemed less worn than exhumed. His wings spread behind him like the hides of dead worlds. The air around him thickened with poison. Flies made a crown of motion about his hooded head. Silence rested in one hand, its blade long and curved, not merely a weapon, but a promise that all living things had misunderstood their own importance. At his side hung the lantern, dark for the moment, though Hestigor could feel it like a closed eye watching the room. Mortals could not look at him for long. Hestigor looked at the floor and shook. A warlord spoke through a helm clogged with roots and rust. The Iron Warriors contest every orbital lane. Hidden batteries remain active on the ash moons. Their stations are hardened beyond expected tolerances. Mortarion's voice entered the chamber softly. Perturabo builds cages. The words sank into Hestigor's bones. He has forgotten that all cages rust. No one answered with praise. Praise would have been too small. A plague surgeon extended one clawed instrument toward the Dysactis projection. The Sons of Iron believe this will be decided by walls and fire lanes. Their munitions are plentiful. Their slave populations are deployed as insulation. Their engine support is considerable. Legio Abhorax walks behind their line. Mortarion tilted his head. Then let them walk. The biologus adepts began opening caskets around the command pit. Within them were sealed files, nerve sacs, iron canisters, fungus pearls, and beating organs grown around metal shards. Hestigor smelled rust and sweetness, the odor of blood left too long in a warm engine. A Blightlord champion rumbled, "We do not outshoot them." "No," said Mortarion, "we outlast the meaning of shooting." The strategy unfolded around Hestigor, not as mortal officers would have described it, but as a liturgy of contamination. The Death Guard were not trying to match the Iron Warriors shell for shell. They would make each shell casing a vector. Every trench would become a lung. Every corpse would become a garden. Every engine joint would become a mouth through which rot could enter. Every sealed bunker would learn the patience of infection. The battlefield itself would be turned against those who had tried to master it. A guard shoved Hestigor forward. He crawled to the command pit, too afraid to rise. A plague surgeon descended the steps and placed a reliquary before him. It was small enough to carry in both hands and heavy enough that he almost failed to lift it. The container was made of black iron banded with bronze, sealed in 7 places with wax, wire, and living tissue. Its surface was cold. Not the cold of void exposure, but the cold of deep graves. Something inside scratched against the inner wall. Not randomly, patiently, like teeth worrying at a lock. "Shipmaster Serf Hestigor," the surgeon said, reading from a strip of flayed skin. "You have survived 3 hull breaches, 9 plague fevers, 2 ration purges, and the attention of your betters. You will carry this to the drop vaults." Hestigor pressed his brow to the floor. "My life is spent." "Not yet," the reliquary whispered. The sound entered his palms through the metal. It spoke no language he knew, but his diseased blood understood and wanted to answer. He carried it through the wounded ship. The route to the drop vaults passed beneath torpedo decks, where crews loaded the next wave of infected payloads. Men hauled chains, servitors dragged canisters. Plague marines stood as immovable overseers, while mortal handlers died from proximity to the weapons they served. Hestigor moved through the chaos, clutching the reliquary to his chest. Each step scraped pain through his broken ribs. Each breath filled his mask with the wet stink of his own blood. At the vault threshold, a Death Guard warrior took the reliquary from him. Hestigor expected to be killed. He did not resist. Instead, the warrior looked down at him for a long moment. "Remain," the Astartes said. "Witness." The drop vault opened beneath them. Through layers of armor glass and void shielding, Hestigor saw Dysactis turning below, wreathed in fire dust storms and warfire. The reliquary was locked into a launch cradle at the head of a plague descent missile. Cables pierced it. Seals split. The scratching became frantic, then joyous. The missile dropped. It fell through the cruiser's launch throat and vanished toward the world. For several breaths, nothing changed. Then the storm fronts over Dysactis darkened. Not with night, not with smoke. The great bruised spirals of the fire dust season curdled from red and black to green-black, as though poison had been poured into the lungs of the planet. Lightning flashed inside the clouds and came out the color of old infection. Across the orbital war, Iron Warriors stations adjusted their weapon arcs. Hidden Auspex towers turned toward the atmosphere. Their machine spirits tasted what had entered the storm. Every Iron Warriors Auspex station reported the same impossible reading. Atmosphere compromised. Metal infection detected. Hestigor began to laugh, though blood ran from his mouth as he did. The sound hurt. The hurt made it truer. Above Dysactis, the plague fleet bled into the sky, and below, the world learned how iron sickened. The first kill zone was a valley, only because Perturabo had allowed the word to remain meaningful. To Malgor Vor, advancing at the head of the second plague cohort, it looked more like a grave awaiting permission to close. Dysactis stretched before him in slopes of black ash and glassy earth, bordered by basalt escarpments carved by ancient heat. The fire dust storm had thinned to a boiling murk, low and red, close enough to turn every silhouette into a wound in the air. Ahead, half buried in the drifts, stood the outer wall of the Iron Warriors. It was ugly in the way only competent things were ugly. No spires, no banners raised for vanity, no sanctified nonsense such as the corpse worshippers loved. It was a slab of black iron and ferrocrete, braced into the earth by angled supports, weapon galleries, armor skirts, and kill slots just wide enough to murder through. Hazard stripes marked breach gates and mine seams. Vox masts stabbed upward from bastions like broken spears. Gun towers turned in silence behind screens of ash. Vor respected it. He hated it, but he respected it. The first wave went forward. Poxwalkers stumbled at the fore in a tide of diseased meat, their mouths hanging open, their hands clawing at the air as if the world itself could be dragged down and bitten. Plague thralls moved among them under the sting of control collars and the deeper compulsion of despair. Some carried rusted ladders. Some carried icons of bone and corroded brass. Some dragged ammunition carts through ash so hot their feet cooked inside their boots. Behind them came the plague marines, steady as disease, bolters ready, plague knives sheathed, their armor already blackening under the fire dust. The iron warriors waited until the range was perfect. Then the wall spoke. Basilisk-pattern siege guns fired from beyond the visible ramparts, their shells arcing through the storm with low, animal moans. Corrupted artillery crawlers opened from recessed hull pits, walking their guns forward on crab legs of black iron, every recoil driving their bodies deeper into braced sockets. Missile batteries rippled from hidden galleries. The far horizon flashed with a glow too bright for ordinary artillery, and a Titan-grade volcano weapon drew a line through the storm that turned everything it touched into instant glare. The first wave disappeared beneath iron rain. Vor watched without slowing. Shells burst among the poxwalkers and lifted them in pieces. Bodies came apart by the hundred, rib cages spinning away from legs, heads bursting like rotten fruit, spines whipping loose from flesh and landing upright in the ash. Thralls vanished in red sheets. Their ladders flipped end over end, trailing burning hands still gripping the rungs. A plague icon bearer took a missile directly through the chest. The detonation blew him open from throat to groin, spraying diseased organs across the men behind him, and the icon remained standing for 3 heartbeats before falling into the crater with its bearer's emptied armor. The Death Guard did not run. They walked through annihilation. A plague marine ahead of Vor lost both legs to a shell that detonated beneath him. His lower body became wet smoke. His torso landed in the ash, arms still reaching, bolter still firing in short, disciplined bursts. The warrior dragged himself forward by one elbow until another shell burst close enough to turn his helm into a bowl of broken bone and black fluid. His armor plates continued to crawl with infection, leaking corpse slime into the soil. Another brother took chain cannon fire across the knee seals. The Iron Warrior's gunners were precise. They did not waste ammunition on the strongest plates when joints, cables, lenses, ammunition feeds, and icon stanchions could be cut with cleaner economy. Rounds soared through Vor's cohort in cold patterns. Legs buckled. Bolters fell. Command Vox bearers were targeted before line infantry. Plague icons were shattered whenever they lifted above the smoke. The enemy was not disgusted by them. The enemy was reducing them. Vor found that pleasing too. From the command bastion crawling behind the Iron Warrior's line, Warsmith Drac Varex watched the same slaughter as an array of changing values. The hololith spread across the command deck at his feet, a vast ghost of the battlefield rendered in hard light. Death Guard formations pulsed in diseased green. Iron Warriors' positions burned in amber and white. Slave mortality ran in columns along the left of his vision. Ammunition expenditure scrolled on the right. Shell impact variance remained within tolerance. Plague vector saturation was rising, but not yet at an unacceptable rate. "Outer galleries continue optimal fire," said Captain Dorak from the artillery throne. "Enemy forward mass degraded by 61 parts in 100. Varex's eyes narrowed. "Do not dress slaughter as success. Their dead remain operational as contamination." "Yes, Warsmith. Shift fire from body mass to transport nodes. Target ammunition bearers, icon relays, and rear command pox rigs. Havoc cadres, begin joint priority on armored infantry. No devotional firing, no trophy kills." The orders passed out. The wall adjusted. There was beauty in that adjustment, though Varex would have killed any mortal who said so aloud. Guns moved by degrees. Missile racks altered elevation. Hidden Lascanon nests opened for less than a breath, fired and sealed. The Iron Warriors did not rage at the horror advancing toward them. Rage belonged to creatures without ammunition ledgers. They made war properly, with angles, duration, overlapping fields, and contempt sharpened into procedure. A feed from the eastern bastion flickered. The image showed poxwalkers spilling into a depression where the ash had hardened over stone. "Now," Varex said. The rolling barrage descended. Vor saw the eastern cohort vanish beneath it. Thousands had been there. A diseased flood of poxwalkers and plague thralls, driven forward by bells, collars, and the patient will of the plague god. One moment they were bodies, the next they were terrain. Artillery burst among them in walking steps, each impact folding the mob inward, crushing, shredding, and atomizing. Flesh became steam. Limbs flew against the glass slopes and stuck there, twitching. Heads rolled in lines before the pressure wave. A chained team of thralls carrying a plague mortar were hit by a shell that drove the weapon down through them and into the earth, leaving only a crater rimmed with fused teeth and smoking hands. When the barrage lifted, the cohort was gone. Not defeated, gone. Only a long smear remained, a glistening path of red-black pulp, armor shards, splintered bone, bursting organs, severed feet, torn masks, and broken weapon hafts. The ash beneath them no longer shifted. The meat had packed it down. Brother Corvel looked to Vor. "The eastern path is open." Vor nodded. "The dead have made it firmer. Send the second wave over them." A plague thrall officer, barely alive behind a cracked mask, stared at him with one remaining eye. "My lord, the heat will cook the wounded into the ash." Vor turned his helm toward the mortal. "They are not wounded. They are foundation." The order passed. The next mass went forward, stepping on faces, ribs, entrails, and half-living bodies that reached upward with pleading hands. The ash sucked at their boots, slick now with blood and fat. Men slipped and fell into the remains of those who had preceded them. Those too slow to rise were trampled until their chests collapsed. The death guard moved over the carpet of the dead with the solemn patience of mourners who had forgotten grief but remembered ritual. Ahead, the outer wall seemed to falter. Iron Warrior's fire weakened at the central breach section. Gun shutters closed. A bastion tower belched smoke. Legionaries withdrew from firing lips in disciplined lines, falling back through blast doors that remained open just long enough to be seen. A wound appeared in the wall, ragged and promising, filled with smoke and sparks. Brother Seldrux growled over the vox. "They break." Vor looked at the breach. The shape was wrong. The silence around it was wrong. The firing patterns to either side shifted not like panic, but like hands opening. "No," Vor said. "They invite." Corval rumbled amusement. "Then we accept rudely." The Death Guard entered the false breach. Varex watched them take it. He had expected them to notice. Mortarion's sons were slow, not stupid. Their acceptance did not disprove the trap. It confirmed their nature. They believed endurance could make punishment irrelevant. They believed any furnace could be crossed if one had forgotten how to fear burning. "Close the rear arcs," Varex ordered. "Do not seal the breach. Let the valley hold them." On the battlefield, the Iron Warriors withdrew another span, abandoning the visible wall section and drawing the Death Guard into the canyon beyond. It was narrow, black-walled, and floored in a deep drift of pale ash. Beneath that ash slept the work of weeks. Subterranean melter charges waited in layered grids. Fuel arteries ran under the valley like veins. Heat lenses had been set into the stone. Air pressure baffles lined the canyon mouths. The valley was not a place. It was a weapon pretending to be ground. The Death Guard filled it. Poxwalkers first, stumbling and moaning. Thralls after them, many already burning. Plague Marines followed, shoulder to shoulder, their armor marked with fresh craters. Blightlord Terminators came in the center, immense in swollen plate, their combi weapons raised, their bubotic axes and flails dragging sparks through the stone. Varex waited until the density rune hardened from amber to white. Detonate! The valley became a sunken star. Melter fire erupted from below in overlapping sheets. The ash did not ignite. It flashed into a glowing storm that rose waist-high, then chest-high, then swallowed the canyon whole. Ceramite ran, iron screamed, flesh boiled inside armor. The air became a furnace so absolute that corpses did not burn from outside inward, but burst from internal pressure, spraying cooked organs and blackened blood through ruptured seams. Poxwalkers became upright torches, their mouths still moving as their faces slid from their skulls. Thralls fused together in kneeling clumps, their chains glowing red. Plague Marines staggered, armor liquefying at the edges, horn growth snapping in the heat, bell chains melting into their breastplates. Varex watched the kill tally rise, then stop rising too soon. Shapes moved inside the fire. The first Blightlord emerged as if born from the furnace. His armor flowed like wax, hanging in soft strips from a body too corrupted to understand that it had been killed. His helm had melted across one lens, sealing it under a cataract of metal. Through a rupture in his belly plate, spilled coils of intestine slick with green fire, dragging behind him in the ash like sacred rope. He raised his combi bolter and fired once. The shell struck an Iron Warrior's gunner in the faceplate and blew the back of his skull through his helm. More came after him. They walked out of the Melter Valley in hideous numbers, not whole, not unharmed, not triumphant, alive enough. Their armor smoked, their guts hung, their weapons remained raised. One Terminator had no lower jaw, only a wet hole beneath his helm grill, yet his flail swung in slow arcs that crushed Iron Warrior's slaves into paste. Another carried a plague spewer whose tanks had ruptured and fused to his spine, and the weapon vomited burning filth over the nearest firing nest. The Death Guard return fire was not a storm. It was worse. It was slow, close, and methodical. They chose targets with the same patience with which they suffered. Bolters fired into vision slits. Plague knives punched into armor joints. Cleavers opened bodies through ceramite and mail. A havoc was pulled from his gun frame by 3 plague thralls and held while Corvel cut him from groin to sternum. The Iron Warrior's organs spilled in hot loops, sliding over his armor as he kept trying to reload by reflex. Corvel watched him for a moment, then crushed his skull against the gun shield. The battlefield changed. Too much death had been poured into too little ground. The warp took notice. From the bodies burst laughter. Nurglings crawled from split stomachs, from ruptured throats, from the hollowed shells of plague thralls whose organs had liquefied under heat. They tumbled into the ash, giggling, slick with afterbirth and corpse matter, biting at boots, licking blood from armor, dragging strips of intestine behind them as playthings. From shell craters on the Iron Warrior's side came other things, harder things. Iron-skinned shapes pulled themselves from impact pits, their bodies made of shrapnel, furnace slag, and red hate. They had no faces, only vertical mouths that opened with the scream of tearing metal. They crawled toward the firing lines as though offended by the concept of flesh. Above both armies, thin shapes circled in the smoke, carrion of the immaterium drawn by fear. They had wings like flayed parchment and heads that shifted between human terror and avian hunger. They descended upon slave pits, feeding not on bodies, but on the moment before a man knew he was dead. Vor saw the demons and paid them little honor. "Keep formation," he voxed. "Let the small things feed. We have greater meat before us." Then the demon engines came. The Iron Warriors released them from behind the second wall. They burst through gate apertures and smoke curtains with industrial fury. Siege beasts like Mauler fiends bounded on claws of black iron, their lasher tendrils whipping through the ash, their furnace hearts glowing through split rib armor. Defiler walkers crabbed over trench lips, battle cannons swiveling, claws opening and closing with eager hydraulic shrieks. Corrupted gun platforms rolled forward on segmented treads, their barrels bound with chains and screaming faces. Furnace-mouthed crawlers dragged themselves low to the ground, their front maws chewing rock, dead and wounded alike as they advanced. They hit the Death Guard line like a manufactorum collapsing. A Mauler fiend slammed into Vor's left flank and caught Brother Dolm in both claws. Dolm fired into its face until the beast tore him in half. His torso burst open, showering the engine in black blood and pale grubs. The demon engine shoved the remains into its furnace mouth, then convulsed as the meat began corroding its inner plates. A defiler stepped over a trench of bodies and fired point blank into a cluster of plague thralls. They ceased to exist as separate men. Blood, bones, masks, and rags slapped across Vor's armor in a wet wave. The defiler's claw descended and impaled a plague marine through the back, lifting him high. The warrior swung slowly from the talon, legs kicking once, twice, then still. His body split under its own weight and poured diseased organs over the claw. Seldrux charged beneath it. His cleaver bit into the walker's knee joint. Once, twice. The third blow opened a seam. Rust leapt from his blade into the wound like vermin into grain. The defiler's leg locked. It tilted, bellowing machine hate, and 3 Death Guard warriors climbed its hull while it fell, hacking, stabbing, and pouring plague grenades into its venting body. Varex watched the demon engines chew and die. Their losses were acceptable. Their utility was not measured by survival, but by compression. They drove the Death Guard inward. They broke the plague cohort's pacing. They forced Mortarion's sons to spend strength, ammunition, and time. Time mattered. Time allowed guns to cool, slaves to reload, plague readings to update. Elite reserves remain held, Varex said before anyone could ask. Captain Dorak turned from the artillery throne. The Terminator anvils could finish the breach. No, they will finish what matters after the breach has consumed enough. And if Mortarion commits? Varex looked toward the far projection, where a shadow moved at the rear of the Death Guard advance, not yet entering the kill zone, not yet granting the Iron Warriors a target worthy of their deepest guns. He bleeds his sons because endurance is liturgy to him, Varex said. Our Lord spends ammunition because death is data to him. Neither father has yet opened his hand. On the battlefield, Vor felt that truth through the tremor of the ground. Mortarion had not come forward. The Death Guard died beneath Iron Warrior's fire, and their Primarch allowed it. Vor felt no resentment. To bleed before the Lord of Death was not abandonment. It was proof. Endurance was not merely a means of survival. It was offering, doctrine, insult, and promise. Let Perturabo count the corpses. Let him measure the impact craters and firing lanes. Let him believe the arithmetic remained his. All things rotted while being measured. Vor drove his plague knife into the helm seal of an Iron Warrior who had fallen beneath a tangle of poxwalkers. The blade slid in with resistance, then softness. The warrior's body bucked. Vor twisted until the neck joint cracked and black-red fluid pumped over his gauntlet. The ground beneath them answered with a deeper crack. At first, Vor thought it was another seismic charge. Then the entire battlefield split. A fault tore open from the Melter Valley to the outer wall, widening with a sound like continents grinding their teeth. Trenches collapsed. Gun nests tilted and slid. Poxwalkers, thralls, Iron Warriors, demon engines, and burning corpses spilled into the widening wound. Ash poured after them in choking rivers. A corrupted crawler tried to reverse and was swallowed nose first, its furnace mouth shrieking until the earth crushed it silent. Below the torn battlefield, something vast emerged from burial. Stone crowns. They rose from the ash and broken earth, each one larger than a bastion tower, carved from black basalt, older than the wars of men. As the ground fell away, faces appeared beneath them, cyclopean faces, blind, stern, inhuman in proportion, their single eyes sealed by mineral lenses dark as the void between stars. The crowns had not belonged to statues buried in the battlefield. They had belonged to giants beneath it. The Cycloniad statues stared upward. For one breath, both armies faltered. Even Varix's command hololith distorted, the stone faces appearing where no auspex had marked them, their dimensions refusing to settle into stable values. Warning runes cascaded across every screen. The warp smiths began shouting Binharic denials. The bound engines howled in their chains. The titans of Legio Abhorax turned their heads toward the unearthed ring. Then every demon on both sides began screaming. Nurglings shrieked and clawed at their own faces. Iron-skinned things writhed in shell craters, as if magnetized to agony. Warp carrion dropped from the smoke, beating themselves bloody against the ground. Demon engines bucked, tore free of handlers, and smashed their own claws against the earth in blind panic. Vor stood at the edge of the opened world, ash and blood streaming from his armor, and looked down into the single black eye of a buried god of stone. For the first time on Dysactis, the battlefield no longer belonged entirely to either brother. Cordan Rex had never saved a life without first deciding what it was worth. The loyalist apothecaries had once spoken of duty in tones of sterile reverence, as though flesh was sacred because it still breathed. Rex remembered that lie from before the long fall, before the eye, before the Legion learned that endurance without purpose was merely another form of decay. A body was not sacred, a warrior was not sacred, a gene seed was valuable, a functioning limb was valuable, a mind that still obeyed orders was valuable, a wound was valuable only if it revealed the enemy's method. Everything else was refuse. He moved through the casualty trench with his surgical harness unfolded around him like an iron arachnid. Servo limbs clicked over his shoulders. A bone saw hung wet from one manipulator. Another bore a cautery brand glowing dull orange. A third held an injector rig loaded with combat stimulants, anticoagulants, countertoxins, and nerve accelerants strong enough to kill a mortal with a drop. His right gauntlet clutched a narthecium of Iron Warrior's make, heavier than the instruments used by the corpse worshippers, built for speed, brutality, and extraction under fire. His left hand held a bolt pistol blackened by constant use. The trench was a throat cut into Dysactis. Iron plates lined its walls. Ash and blood filled its floor. Overhead, the fire dust storm clawed at mesh screens and razor wire. Beyond the trench lip, guns thundered without cease, beating the world into smaller pieces. The air shook with impacts. Dust rained down in hot curtains. The wounded were stacked against the walls like broken siege engines, awaiting repair or scrapping. Iron warriors did not beg, most of them. One legionary sat with his back against a brace, both legs gone below the thighs, armor torn open from hip to knee. His hands clenched and unclenched around the haft of a broken chain axe. His helm lenses glowed weakly through dust. "Apothecary," he said. "Mobility lost. Arms functional. Return me to a firing step." Rex knelt beside him and scanned the warrior's torso. Internal bleeding. Right lung collapsed. Secondary heart functional. Spine intact. Combat value remained. Approved. He drove the injector into the warrior's neck seal. The stimulant hit with such force that the legionary convulsed, armor scraping against iron. Rex severed the ruined leg remnants with 2 economical cuts, cauterized the stumps, and welded crude locking caps over the wounds. He signaled a pair of slave orderlies. "Mount him in a brace frame, front line, fixed position." The legionary gave the smallest nod. "Iron within." Rex moved on before the answer was required. The next warrior was not worth the time. His chest plate had been peeled open by plague cleaver impact. The organs beneath had swollen, darkened, and split, crawling with grey maggots that had not been there when he fell. His bionic left eye rotated in its socket, focusing and unfocusing on impossible things. He tried to speak, but a black froth bubbled from the grill of his helm. Rex's scanner read, "Gene seed viability at risk." That mattered. He slammed the warrior flat with one servo claw and cut through the chest with the narthecium. The wounded iron warrior jerked once as the extractor teeth bit into flesh. Rex ignored the movement. The progenoid glands came free, slick with blood and yellow contamination. He sealed them in a stasis vial, marked the vial for purification flame, and shot the warrior through the helm before the plague could learn any more of him. "Render the remains," he said. Slave orderlies dragged the body toward the reclamation pit. It joined the others in the grinder, armor removed, flesh chopped, bone crushed, usable matter separated from waste. Nutrient slurry ran through pipes into heated vats beneath the trench network. The Legion had marched too far and hated too long to indulge burial customs. The trench shook. Somewhere beyond the Medici line, a demon engine screamed as it died. The sound became a grinding howl, then a wet collapse. Rex paused just long enough to listen, not to mourn the machine, to identify the weapon that had killed it. The tone suggested internal corrosion and joint failure under load. The plague was learning. He disliked that. A servitor lurched beside him, its jaw bolted open around a Vox grill. "Command transmission. Warsmith Varex requires contamination report." "Transmit pending," Rex said. "I am still cutting." He crossed to the eastern triage sump, where the infected had been laid apart from the merely wounded. There were too many of them. Legionaries, Havocs, gun crew, tech thralls, even a warpsmith apprentice whose mechadendrites had rusted into corkscrews and pierced his own spine. The air was thick with the smell of hot metal, rot, cautery smoke, and the sweet carrion perfume of Mortarion's sons. Beyond the trench, the Cycloniad statues stared over the battlefield. Their crowns had breached the world in the last quake, but the continuing collapse had revealed more. Colossal faces rose from the broken earth, arranged in a vast ring around the approach to whatever lay beneath the ash basin. They were older than Imperial record, older than the arrogance of compliance fleets, older perhaps than the species that had dared carve them. Fire dust had eroded their brows and cheeks until the stone looked half flayed. Their mouths were closed in expressions of pitiless judgment. Each face had a single carved eye, and in each eye sat a lens of black mineral so smooth it reflected neither flame nor daylight. The lenses reacted to demons. Rex had seen it with his own eye. Whenever the small plague things crawled, from the bodies of the dead, the lenses darkened, not with shadow, but with appetite. When the iron-skinned warp shapes dragged themselves from shell craters, the lenses shivered like fluid. When the demon engines roared too close, hairline cracks of violet light appeared beneath the stone lids. The monuments were not inert. That made them terrain of interest. Perturabo had ordered them mapped, drilled, anchored, and mined. Rex had approved. Across the statue ring, Iron Warriors survey teams worked under artillery cover. Servo skulls swept the stone with pale beams. Warpsmiths hammered sensor spikes into ancient faces. Grav anchors were drilled through the cheek of one monument, pinning it to the crust in case it tried to rise further. Demolition charges were being packed around the exposed throats. There were no prayers, no awe, no hesitation before age. Mystery was only ignorance wearing ceremonial robes. If the statues mattered, they would be measured. If they resisted, they would be broken. The Death Guard, naturally, had responded with superstition. Rex saw them through magnification when the storm thinned. Plague priests moved among their wounded near the far crater fields, censers swinging, bells clanking, voices droning through corroded masks. They knelt before the stone faces and pressed filth-slicked hands against the ancient basalt. They smeared pus into the carved eyes. They bowed as though the monuments had chosen a side. Let them. The sons of Mortarion read omens in failing organs and called entropy wisdom. They mistook collapse for revelation. Rex had no patience for such weakness, but he did not dismiss its utility. Belief could drive a warrior through fire. It could also make him predictable. A hand closed around his ankle. Rex looked down. An iron warrior lay half-buried beneath discarded armor plates. His name rune identified him as Barak Thol, a line breaker from the second wall. His right arm was bionic from shoulder to fingers, a heavy siege augmetic built to absorb recoil and carry breaching weapons. Now it trembled against the floor, twitching with little seizures. The outer casing showed only minor corrosion. "Apothecary," Thol said. "Arm failure, pain in interface, machine spirit disobedient." "There are no spirits," Rex said, "only systems." He knelt and cut the augmetic open. Inside, the arm was rotten, not rusted from the exterior, not damaged by heat or shrapnel, rotten from within, as if metal had learned the manners of meat. Cables had softened into grey strings. Pistons were pitted on the inside faces. Circuitry had blistered and sloughed away in wet flakes. The fiber bundles joining steel to nerve had become black paste. The infection had moved through the interface, into the place where flesh and machine agreed to function together. Rex froze. For the first time in many years, he did not immediately cut. He inserted a probe. The probe came back pocked, its tip eaten smooth. He ran a deeper scan. The reading stuttered, returned nonsense, corrected, then displayed a symbol he had not entered. A flywing, then a gear, then a mouthful of filings. The arm's data ghost was infected, not merely metal, not merely flesh. The memory of the machine's function had been compromised. Its pattern of operation had decayed. The thing had forgotten how to be iron. Thol's voice roughened. "Remove it." Rex looked at the infection climbing toward the shoulder port. Too late. The warrior understood and began to rise. Rex shot him through the helm. Then he removed the arm anyway. He sealed the limb in a containment case lined with lead, black iron, and warding script he distrusted but used when necessary. The case shook after he locked it. Something inside scratched once, then stopped. Now he activated the Vox. Warsmith Varix, Siege Apothecary Rex reporting. Confirmed internal metallifage manifestation within Legion Augmetic. Corrosion initiated beyond external contact. Flesh interface compromised. Data pattern instability present. Machine function memory degraded. Varix answered after less than a breath. Rate of spread. Unknown. Initial estimate unacceptable. Containment method. Amputation insufficient if interface is crossed. Cremation recommended. Coffin sealing before burn to reduce particulate release. There was a pause filled by artillery thunder. Execute. All infected. Warriors to be sealed in iron coffins and burned. If gene seed remains viable, extract before sealing. If extraction increases spread risk, abandon. Rex glanced at the rows of wounded. Confirmed. Additional order from the Lord of Iron, Varix said. His voice did not change, which told Rex the next words had come from Perturabo himself. Contaminated warriors not yet incapacitated will remain in forward positions until functional collapse. Their degradation will be monitored. Spread data is to be gathered under combat conditions. Rex absorbed the order. It was correct. It was also monstrous. He admired it because it was correct. Iron within, he said. Iron without, Varix replied, and the link died. The coffin crews began at once. Infected iron warriors were dragged, carried, or commanded into rectangular sarcophagi of black plate. The coffins had been intended for ammunition isolation. They served flesh just as well. Those who could still walk entered without protest. Those who could not were shoved inside by servo loaders. Rex cut gene seed where he could. He left it where he must. Lids slammed. Welding torches shrieked. Then the coffins began screaming. At first, it was human. Muffled rage, curses. The old Legion oath barked through vox grills and broken mouths. Then binary joined it, crackling from damaged augmetics and armor systems trapped inside. The two languages overlapped, merged, and distorted until the burning lines sounded like men and machines dying with the same throat. The flamers opened, the trench filled with heat and black smoke. Rex turned away before the first coffin stopped moving. He had other calculations to make. The Death Guard attack struck the Medici trench while the burning was still underway. They came through the smoke like a disease finding an open wound. Plague Marines dropped from the collapsed eastern lip, armor smoking, bolters firing from the hip. Behind them came plague thralls with hooks and rusted blades, poxwalkers crawling on broken limbs, and little laughing demons capering over the sandbags made from slave flesh. The wounded Iron Warriors fought from where they lay. A Havoc with no lower jaw fired his heavy bolter until recoil tore his damaged shoulder apart. A legless legionary braced in an iron frame cut down 3 plague thralls before a plague knife opened his throat seal and filled his helm with foaming black rot. Coffin fires guttered as bodies fell across them. Surgical lamps swung overhead, scattering light over ruptured armor and wet instruments. Rex drew his bolt pistol and shot the first Death Guard warrior through the cracked lens of his helm. The bolt detonated inside the skull, blowing diseased brain matter and bone slurry out through the back of the helmet. The warrior fell forward, still reaching. Rex stepped aside and drove his surgical saw into the neck joint as the body dropped, cutting until the head came loose. A plague thrall leapt at him with a hook. Rex's servo claw caught the mortal by the face and squeezed. The skull collapsed with a soft crunch. Teeth and eye fluid burst between iron fingers. He flung the body into another attacker and fired twice, both shells turning torsos into ragged holes. Then a plague marine reached him. The warrior was huge, even by the standards of corrupted Astartes. His belly plate split around a mass of swollen flesh and chain links. His helm was crowned with antlers of bone. He swung a cleaver that had once been a power blade and was now a slab of rusted plague metal. Rex ducked beneath the first blow. The cleaver struck an operating slab and split it in half, along with the Iron Warrior strapped to it. Blood and organs spilled across the floor. Rex rammed the cautery brand into the Plague Marine's abdomen. The stink was immediate and vile. Fat ignited. The wound boiled. The Plague Marine laughed. "Little iron cutter," the warrior said. "You mend what is already doomed." Rex answered with the saw. He drove it upward beneath the warrior's left pauldron, into the armpit seal, where even corrupted plate had to bend. The blade bit. Teeth screamed against ceramite, then found meat. The Plague Marine brought a fist down on Rex's shoulder, cracking armor and driving him to one knee. Rex fired his bolt pistol point blank into the swollen gut. The first shell vanished in diseased mass. The second detonated deeper. The Plague Marine's belly burst open, spraying ropes of intestine, yellow fluid, and writhing larvae across Rex's chest. The warrior kept pressing down. Rex triggered his servo claw. It punched over his shoulder and seized the Death Guard warrior's helm. He fired the saw harder into the armpit, cutting through tendon, corrupted muscle, and the inner cables of the armor. The Plague Marine's arm came loose in a gush of black blood. Rex twisted, rose, and drove the bolt pistol under the warrior's chin. "Doom is inefficiently scheduled," he said. He fired. The helm burst. Rex shoved the corpse away and turned back to the trench. The Medici line was lost as a facility, but not as a killing ground. Iron Warriors' counterfire from the rear galleries tore into the attackers. Plague bodies came apart under disciplined volleys. Wounded legionaries detonated grenades when overrun. The trench filled with limbs, smoke, and the wet slap of bodies dropping from the walls. Then the storm changed, not in color, in pressure. Rex felt it through his armor, through his cracked shoulder plate, through the surgical ports in his spine. The fighting did not cease, but its meaning seemed suddenly smaller, as though every death in the trench had been reduced to a footnote beneath a larger sentence. He climbed the firing step and looked across the battlefield. Beyond the Cycloniad statues, Beyond the broken walls and burning trenches, something descended through the fire dust. Wings spread in the storm, vast, tattered, diseased. The silhouette moved downward with no haste, as if gravity were another law that had sickened in its presence. Around it, clouds curdled. Flies became a dark halo. The giant carried a scythe, whose blade caught the lightning and returned it dead. Mortarion had come to the field. Rex's instruments screamed contamination warnings. His armor runes blurred. The black mineral eyes of the Cycloniad statues flared with buried light, each one turning toward the descending Primarch. Across the battlefield, the Iron Warrior's fortress gate opened. It did not open quickly. It did not need to. Pistons the size of towers withdrew. Chains thicker than gun barrels tightened. Locking teeth disengaged with tectonic booms. The black gate split apart, revealing darkness within the world wall. Something vast waited in that darkness. Rex felt the wounded Iron Warriors around him trying to rise, even those missing limbs, even those half dead from plague, even those whose armor had begun to rot around them. They hated their father. They loved him for making hatred useful. Rex wiped plague matter from his lenses with one blood-slick gauntlet and descended from the firing step. There would be more wounded soon. There would be better data. And beneath the Cycloniad gaze, the two dead sons of the Emperor were finally coming to speak in the only language either had ever truly trusted. The armies paused without order. The cessation passed across the battlefield in ragged breaths, not as mercy, not as fear in the mortal sense, but as pressure. Bolters lowered by fractions. Chain blades growled without biting. Artillery crews hesitated at loading cradles, while their overseers struck them hard enough to break teeth. Demon engines pulled against their chains, and then stilled, furnace mouths drooling sparks into the ash. Even the poxwalkers lost momentum, swaying where they stood, their slack faces turned toward the storm, as if they remembered, somewhere in the spoiled mud of their minds, that there were things in existence more diseased than they were. Malgor Vor felt it through the soles of his boots. The earth knew. Dysactis trembled beneath him, not from shell impact, not from the collapse of trenches, but from recognition. The Cycloniad statues stood half-revealed around the torn approach to the buried temple, their colossal brows crowned in ash, their single black eyes glimmering beneath lids carved before mankind had found its first gods. They stared across the war, and the war stared back through smoke, fire, and falling dust. Vor stood amid the ruins of the false breach, surrounded by the remnants of his cohort. The dead lay so densely across the ground that there was no ash visible beneath them. Plague thralls cooked inside their own masks. Poxwalkers crawled with no legs, chewing at iron fragments as though hunger could infect metal. Iron warriors' corpses lay among them, black armor split, open, hazard stripes smeared beneath blood, severed augmetics twitching in the mud of meat and fire dust. The Death Guard had been butchered. They remained. That was always the lesson. Brother Corvel leaned on his bolter, one knee joint locked from a Lascanon strike. Brother Seldrux's belly plate had torn apart completely, exposing a swollen lattice of guts, chains, and pulsing plague cysts. He pushed his entrails back into himself with one hand and held his cleaver in the other, as if both tasks were equally beneath comment. The fog ahead thickened. It did not roll across the ground as normal vapor did. It sagged, clotted, and spread in layers, green-gray and heavy with flies. It crawled over the dead and made them steam. It licked across Iron Warrior's armor and raised specks of rust. It slid between tank traps, over trench lips, around smoking gun barrels, and through the broken mouths of the dying. Vor bowed his head. The death shroud emerged first. They came from the plague fog in silence, towering in swollen Terminator plate, their scythes held upright, their helms hooded and eyeless in the murk. Their armor bore the accumulated filth of wars that had outlived empires. Bells tolled from their backs with each slow step. Their presence meant that lesser warriors had no right to stand too close to what followed. Mortarion walked behind them. He did not stride as conquerors stride. Conquerors sought witnesses. Mortarion had no need of them. He advanced like a sentence already passed. The demon Primarch of the Death Guard towered over his sons, gaunt and vast, a lord of poison given form. His armor was a shrine of corrosion, every plate scarred, pitted, and weeping the evidence of eternal rot. Chains hung from him. Tattered cloths moved in a wind that touched nothing else. His wings spread behind him, diseased and immense, the membranes torn like the skins of plague worlds stretched over bone. Flies orbited him in black clouds, not random, but devotional, arranging and rearranging around his silhouette like a living corona. Silence rested in his hand. The scythe blade dragged through the air without touching the ground, leaving trails of necrotic condensation that froze, melted, and turned to black vapor in the same breath. Where the weapon passed, fire dust fell dead from the wind. The ash sank instead of drifting, as if the very particles had been reminded that all motion ended. Vor did not feel pride. Pride was too clean a word. He felt vindication. He felt old bitterness made holy. He felt the deep certainty that the world had been wrong to resist and would now be taught by a master. Across the battlefield, in the crawling command bastion, warsmith Drac Varix watched through 100 feeds as Mortarion crossed the kill zone. His helm was sealed now. The air in the command chamber had acquired a faint green tint despite filtration and pressure rights. 3 servitors had begun coughing oil through their throat pipes. One cogitator bank displayed plague warnings in patterns that resembled laughter. Varix had ordered the bank torn out, and its component adepts burned. The removal had slowed no projection. Redundant systems carried the burden. Redundancy was virtue. The hololithic map trembled when the Lord of Death moved across it. Varix despised that. He despised any phenomenon that made instruments behave as though awe were a measurable force. He despised the way mortal serfs lowered their faces. He despised the warpsmiths muttering warding cant under their breath. He despised the fact that his own secondary heart altered rhythm when the Death Guard Primarch entered the field. Then, the world wall opened. The central gate of the Iron Warrior's fortress unlocked in stages that could be felt through armor. Tower pistons retracted. Toothed clamps withdrew from sockets deeper than bunker foundations. The gate plates parted, each slab thick enough to survive bombardment that would level hive districts. Darkness waited beyond them, an engineered darkness, ribbed by red lumen strips and the glow of reactor furnaces. Something moved inside it. The first step struck the ground and cracked ferrocrete. Perturabo emerged from the iron gate. He was not wrapped in theatrical flame. He did not spread wings in a mockery of angels. He did not need to perform monstrosity. He was monstrosity disciplined. The Lord of Iron came armored as a walking bastion, as though siegecraft had grown. Limbs and a mind that hated. His warplate was immense, layered in black iron, brass, and demon-hardened metal, each surface scarred by the proof of wars that had failed to kill him. Weapon systems moved with him, tracking in tiny, precise motions. Cables thicker than mortal torsos flexed across his back and shoulders. Plates shifted over plates with the sound of fortress gates closing. His silhouette suggested a Primarch, a siege engine, and an execution mechanism built from the same principle. His face was terrible because it held purpose without mercy. Every movement was exact, nothing wasted, nothing offered to display. Where Mortarion's presence sickened the air, Perturabo's presence disciplined it. The smoke seemed to move around him in corrected lines. The ground beneath his feet became relevant because he had chosen to stand upon it. Iron warriors across the front straightened, not with joy, never joy, with function restored by proximity to its source. Varix inclined his head within the command bastion. Around him, Officers stood motionless. No one cheered. A cheer would have been an admission that emotion could improve a weapon. Mortarion halted before the ruined causeway that crossed the broken ground between the armies. Perturabo stopped opposite him, the distance between them filled with corpse fog, ash, and the screams of demons recoiling from the cycloniad eyes. For several breaths, the war held itself still. Then Mortarion spoke. "Still building walls, brother?" The voice moved through the fog and the vox both, intimate as sickness. Mortal slaves listening in the trenches clutched at their ears. Some began to bleed from their eyes. A few died with grateful expressions, their terror ended by the mere weight of a Primarch's words. Perturabo's answer was flat, massive, and cold. Still mistaking suffering for strength? Vor felt the insult pass through the Death Guard line like a blade. Several of his brothers growled. None moved. The Death Shroud remained statues around their lord. Mortarion tilted his hooded head. "You measure pain because you fear it." Perturabo's armored fingers flexed once. The motion carried the menace of guns loading. "You sanctify weakness because it claimed you." The plague fog thickened around Mortarion's feet. For an instant, the ground near him softened, ash turning to infected sludge, the bones of the dead rising through it like offerings. Perturabo continued, "Your sons call endurance a virtue because they surrendered to what they could not defeat. They name dependency as resilience. They wear disease as heraldry and pretend it is mastery. The god that owns you did not reward your strength, Mortarion. It purchased your failure and taught you to thank it." The words were not shouted. That made them more brutal. Perturabo delivered them as one might deliver a structural assessment of a collapsing wall. Vor's grip tightened on his bolter. Mortarion did not rage. Rage would have made Perturabo correct. He breathed, and the breath became fog. "You speak of ownership," Mortarion said. "You, who still build fortresses for fathers. You, who still calculate worth by the measures of a dead empire. You, who turned from one master and spent 10,000 years proving you never ceased needing another." The Iron Warrior's line remained silent, but Varric saw the effect in tiny data shifts, heart rates, grip pressure, weapon elevation. The Legion had heard worse from enemies. It was different when spoken by a brother who had been present at the crime of their making. Mortarion lifted silence slightly. "Look at your walls. Look at your guns. Look at the millions nailed into your trenches, still asking to be seen, still demanding that the galaxy admit your pain had purpose." Perturabo's eyes burned like reactor light behind the iron of his face. "My pain built victories. Your pain built cages. My cages hold." Mortarion's wings spread wider, vast shadows moving through the fog. All cages rust. That ended the stillness. The war resumed around them with greater savagery, as if the armies had been released from a chain. Iron Warrior's artillery fired over Perturabo's shoulders in screaming arcs, shells passing so close to their lord that their heat shimmered across his armor. He did not turn. He did not blink. The barrage landed among Death Guard support columns behind. Mortarion, blasting plague mortars, corpse carts, and thrall masses into a wall of burning meat. Death Guard plague mortars answered from the fog. Their shells rose slowly, fat and wobbling, then fell behind the Iron Warrior's line. They burst not with clean fragmentation, but with wet thunder, showering trenches in corrosive bile, bone shards, and crawling infection. Iron Warrior's slaves screamed as their skin sloughed from their faces. Legionaries remained at their guns until their armor joints seized or their eyes dissolved inside their helms. Neither Primarch looked away from the other. Vor saw a shell land among the Death Shroud. One bodyguard vanished in the flash. When the smoke cleared, he was still standing without one arm, his scythe in the other hand, armor split and spilling black organs over his hip. Mortarion had not turned to check him. Varix watched a Death Guard mortar round burst across a forward Iron Warrior's firing step, killing 3 legionaries and drowning 2 gun crews in plague froth. Perturabo did not adjust his posture. The dead had already been accounted for. The duel began without a charge. Perturabo moved first by command, not motion. Guns hidden in the causeway activated. Turrets rose from beneath stone plates and fired into Mortarion at staggered ranges. Lascutters drew white lines through the fog. Grav snares ignited under the ground. Micro-mines leapt upward and detonated against Mortarion's armor, bursting in controlled sequences meant to test joints, wings, helm, and weapon arm. Mortarion advanced. Lascutter fire carved across his breastplate, opening lines of molten corruption. Mines burst against his wings, tearing black holes through diseased membrane. Grav fields dragged at him, pulling with enough force to crush battle tanks against stone. He kept walking. Each wound released vapor. Each burst of ruptured armor bled not weakness, but contagion. The gun mechanisms nearest him began to cough sparks. Turret rings slowed. Targeting lenses clouded over with fungus. A Grav snare housing split open as rust erupted from inside the casing. Perturabo watched the failures and corrected. He stepped back by 2 paces, and the ground where he had stood exploded into a rising barrier of iron teeth, forcing Mortarion's path left. At that exact angle, a recessed macro cannon fired from the wall. The shell struck Mortarion in the shoulder and drove him down to one knee, the impact flattening corpses and shattering stone around him. Death Guard warriors roared through rotten vox. Iron Warriors' guns intensified. Mortarion rose. He raised the lantern. The shot was a single hard beam of annihilating light. It cut through the nearest hidden cannon and the bunker behind it, punching into the Iron Warriors' line. The weapon emplacement became a hole rimmed with glowing metal. The warriors inside were reduced to stains and tumbling fragments of black armor. Mortarion lowered the pistol without flourish and continued forward. Perturabo met him by changing the battlefield again. Stone causeway plates fell away. Trenches opened. Angled barriers emerged. Guns withdrew before silence could reach them. Mortarion was not fighting a warrior alone. He was fighting a mind expressed through terrain, artillery, elevation, and timing. Perturabo sought distance, angles, layered hazards, and pressure. Mortarion sought the smaller circle. Every step poisoned the ground. Every breath made range less meaningful. Every wound he endured brought him nearer. Around them, the Cycloniad statues awakened. Their black mineral eyes ignited one by one, not with fire, but with warp stormlight trapped behind stone. Violet, green, white, and colors that had no rightful name pulsed beneath the ancient lenses. The ring of faces stared inward. The air became heavy with old attention. Demons felt it first. Nurglings shrieked and fled toward the statues, then tried to flee away and could not. Iron-skinned warp things dragged themselves from craters, claws scraping, mouths open in soundless terror. Warp carrion fell from the storm and beat against the basalt faces until their skulls burst. Bound entities inside demon engines howled through exhaust stacks and gun barrels, trying to tear themselves free from metal shells. They were being drawn inward, not summoned, judged. The light from the Cycloniad eyes bent toward the duel. It caught in Mortarion's fog and turned it corpse pale. It crawled over Perturabo's armor and flashed across weapon housings. It made every shadow sharper. It made every lie seem temporary. Vor had seen gods, demons, saints of rot, and engines that ate cities. He had never seen stone look hungry. Perturabo struck, not with haste, with culmination. Mortarion had stepped exactly where the Lord of Iron required him to step. The previous retreats, the withdrawn turrets, the collapsed causeway, the false weak flank, the pressure of artillery behind the Death Guard line, all of it had turned the Lord of Death by degrees. A siege was not always against a wall. Sometimes a siege was against one step. Perturabo closed the distance in a blur of iron mass and impossible force. His great weapon came down with the weight of a falling bastion. Mortarion met the blow with silence, but the angle was wrong by less than a handspan, and that was enough. The impact rang across the field, like a fortress dying. The ground beneath Mortarion shattered. The scythe blade screamed against iron. Perturabo drove through the guard and struck him again, a brutal sideways blow that smashed into Mortarion's torso and hurled him from the causeway. The demon Primarch of the Death Guard crashed through stone, corpses, razor wire, and trench plating. He landed in a packed trench full of Death Guard and Iron Warriors locked in close slaughter. The impact crushed both sides beneath him. Plague Marines burst under their own lord's weight, armor splitting, organs spraying across black iron walls. Iron Warriors vanished beneath falling stone and the Primarch's broken wings. Mortal slaves in the trench were reduced to pulp instantly, their bodies pressed into the floor as red paste. The shockwave threw warriors from the firing steps and folded a demon engine's front limbs beneath it. For one breath, Mortarion lay amid the crushed dead. Then the bodies began to move, not because they lived, because he rose through them. He stood slowly, lifting himself from the trench as blood, bile, broken armor, severed limbs, and shredded entrails slid from his armor.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
One wing hung ragged. His chest plate smoked where Perturabo's blow had landed. Silence remained in his grasp. The dead around him rotted faster, collapsing into fluid and bone sludge as his aura thickened. Mortarion laughed. There was no joy in it, only poison, old hate, and the patience of graves. Across the causeway, Perturabo watched him rise. The Lord of Iron did not smile. He adjusted his stance by the smallest degree, already measuring the next strike. The war around them screamed back into motion, but every warrior who still had eyes understood that the true battle had only just begun. The first hour belonged to Perturabo. It belonged to him because he had built it before Mortarion ever crossed the ash. It belonged to him because every broken wall, every abandoned gun nest, every collapsed trench and splintered causeway had been measured, seeded, trapped, ranged, and made obedient. Dysactis had not become a battlefield when the Death Guard landed. It had become a battlefield when the Lord of Iron looked upon its storms and decided where death would be allowed to stand. Mortarion advanced through that decision. The ground erupted beneath his first steps from the ruined trench. Mines leapt from the ash and detonated against his armor in ordered clusters, each blast shaped to test a different weakness. The first struck the knee, the second struck the hip, the third burst beneath the ribs, the fourth blossomed against the torn membrane of his wounded wing, shredding diseased flesh and scattering black droplets across the dead. Grav's snares awakened under him, dragging at his limbs with enough force to fold a battle tank inward. Servo turrets rose from beneath plates of false stone and opened fire at once, their barrels bright with heat, their machine spirits already dying from the plague fog, but still obedient enough to spend their last moments in murder. Mortarion kept walking. His armor cracked and sealed with wet sounds. Filth poured from the wounds in his plate and smoked where it touched the ash. Warp light bled from cuts that should have crippled a lesser god. Rotten tissue knitted behind rents in his body, not healing cleanly, but growing over injury in layers of diseased resilience. Every wound became a mouth. Every mouth breathed contagion. Malgor Vor saw his Primarch through the red murk and felt the logic of the Death Guard made flesh. Endure, advance, spoil, claim. Perturabo did not meet Mortarion as a duelist seeking honor. Honor was a corpse worshipper's narcotic, a pretty word nailed over fear. The Lord of Iron fought as a siege engine with a mind, and that mind was colder than the void between worlds. He moved with terrible economy. When Mortarion closed, Perturabo stepped behind a fallen slab of Cycloniad stone that had been blasted loose earlier by Iron Warrior's charges. The slab took the first sweep of silence, black basalt cracking under the scythe's edge. Perturabo fired through the fracture with integrated weapons, filling the gap with white heat and shell bursts. When Mortarion pushed through, the Lord of Iron had already angled away, drawing him toward a pre-sighted Lascutta nest buried beneath a dead demon engine. The emplacement fired. A bar of cutting light struck Mortarion across the chest and carved a line from shoulder to waist. Armor peeled, flesh beneath blackened, burst, and reformed in the same breath. The beam should have opened him to the spine. Instead, it made the air around him worse. Flies poured from the wound. The Lascutta housing corroded from within and exploded, killing its crew in a spray of glass, boiling coolant, and melted bone. Perturabo watched it fail. Then he changed the field again. A line of buried charges detonated not beneath Mortarion, but behind him, destroying the ground he had crossed and forcing the Death Guard pressing after their Primarch into narrower channels. Stone teeth rose from the ash. Trenches collapsed into killing gutters. The battlefield became a closing fist. From the command bastion, Warsmith Drac Varex observed the fist tighten. The hololithic displays were failing along their outer edges. Green noise crawled across Mortarion's projected position. The demon Primarch appeared in the instruments as mass, heat, poison, error, and theological insult. Varex ignored the last classification and ordered the adepts responsible for the rune to be beaten until they corrected the terminology. Forward support units of the Death Guard are overextended, Captain Dorak reported. Their plague mortar carts are entering the second impact lattice. Their rear icons remain exposed. Kill icons first, Varex said. Then ammunition carriers, then Vox relays, Havoc galleries, sustained fire on Terminator joints, artillery crowns, advance the barrage by 3 trench spans, Warpsmith cadres, release the second engine pack. A mortal officer nearby began coughing behind his rebreather. Blood spotted the inside of the lenses. He tried to keep working. Varex allowed him 6 breaths. On the 7th, the man collapsed over his console, fingers still moving in reflex. "Replace him," Varex said. A slave dragged the corpse away. Another took its place before the blood had finished dripping from the keys. The Iron Warriors gained the wider battle with the same absence of drama with which they had prepared it. Havoc cadres opened from the basalt galleries. Their guns braced in recoil frames. Their fire poured into the Death Guard rear. Autocannons hammered plague mortar crews into mist. Lascannons punched through bloated tank hulls and ignited the filth inside them. Missile racks fired in rippling lines, each salvo walking through support formations with such precision that survivors staggered into the next impact rather than away from it. Death Guard artillery died under disciplined fire. Corpse carts burst open, spilling their cargo of infected bodies across the ash in steaming waves. Plague icons fell. Bell towers collapsed. A procession of plague priests vanished beneath a rain of fragmentation shells. Their robes, masks, limbs, and censers flung into the air as red and green scraps. Then, the Iron Warriors' Terminator spearheads struck. They came from side trenches and smoke hatches, armored in black and brass, combi weapons roaring, power fists crackling, chain fists shrieking against Death Guard plate. They did not seek the heart of the enemy line. They struck hinges, weak seams, command knots, and wounded clusters. They broke the formations where the artillery had already thinned them, driving wedges of iron into the rotting mass. Warpsmith-directed demon engines followed in their wake. Siege beasts bounded over trenches, lasher tendrils snapping poxwalkers apart by the dozen. Defiler walkers lowered their claws into plague mobs and lifted them as thrashing bundles before crushing them into paste. Furnace crawlers ground forward, chewing through bodies, armor, bone, and ash, vomiting sparks and black smoke as they fed. The poxwalker seas broke against them. They did not break like men. They broke like meat. They burst beneath treads. They clung to claws. They crawled into engine teeth until they were minced and sprayed out in wet fountains, their bodies packed into mechanisms, clogged vents, smeared sensors, and left trails of infection across every surface they touched. The engines killed thousands and grew slower for the killing. Varric saw the reduction of speed. He saw the rising contamination. He accepted the exchange. "Begin the iron coffin," he ordered. The phrase passed through the Iron Warrior's command lattice like a bolt locking into place. Across the field, gun lines shifted. Artillery arcs narrowed. Terminator units withdrew by squads and reappeared through prepared side cuts. Heavy weapons from the galleries angled inward. Demon engines drove from the flanks, not to destroy, but to compress. The Death Guard were being herded into overlapping fields of fire, squeezed between broken causeways, collapsed trench grids, and burning ash shelves. Every route out promised cover and delivered another weapon angle. Every pause brought more shells. Every advance tightened the trap. Vor's squad was caught inside it. He knew it when the first chain cannon opened from their left and another answered from the right. The sound was not fire. It was industrial contempt. Rounds cut through poxwalkers and plague thralls first, reducing the mortal bodies to whipping ribbons, then walked upward into the plague marines behind them. Brother Seldrux took the burst across the middle. For an instant he remained standing, cleaver lifted, belly already open from earlier wounds. Then the chain cannon line passed through him, his torso separated from his hips in a storm of ruptured organs, shattered armor, and black blood. The upper half of him struck the ash and tried to crawl, one hand still gripping the cleaver. He dragged himself 3 arm lengths before a shell landed close enough to turn what remained of him into a red-black fan across the ground. Vor did not stop. Stopping would dishonor the rot. Brother Corvel fired into the left gallery until a siege drill erupted from beneath the ash beside him. It had been buried nose upward, waiting for pressure and proximity. The drill came alive with a grinding scream and punched through Corvel's chest plate, lifting him from the ground. Its rotating head bored into him, chewing armor, ribs, lungs, hearts, and spine into a wet column that sprayed from the drill flutes. His helm snapped back. For a moment his eye lenses found Vor. Then his head burst, not from a clean shot, from internal pressure as the drill climbed through the torso and into the skull. Brain matter, teeth, black fluid, and lens fragments sprayed over Vor's breastplate. Vor kept moving. "Forward," he voxed. Only 2 voices answered. The iron coffin closed harder. Bolter shots came from so many angles that the air seemed made of fire. A plague icon near Vor toppled, its bearer split apart by Lascanon fire, his bones glowing inside him before he collapsed. Death Guard warriors who had endured the first barrages began to fall not because their bodies failed, but because the trap allowed no unpunished direction. They were being held in place and murdered by geometry. Then Mortarion answered. Rotwind rolled outward from him. It began as a breath around the Daemon Primarch's hood, a spiral of vapor drawn through the gaps in his armor and exhaled through the battlefield. Then it spread. It came low and fast, heavy with spores, ash, grave damp, corpse heat, and the bitterness of Barbarous. It swallowed the killing fields in a green-black wall. The fire dust changed as the plague weather passed through it. Dry ash became infected mud. Glass dust clumped into clots. Blood refused to dry. Corpses swelled and burst, releasing more fog. Visibility collapsed to a few meters. Iron warriors continued firing by auspex. At first, that was enough. They were the sons of Perturabo. They did not need to see what they had already measured. Guns fired by coordinate. Artillery struck by timing. Havocs adjusted to heat signatures and motion ghosts. But the machines began to lie. Range markers slid by impossible increments. Heat blooms multiplied around dead bodies. Targeting lenses showed warriors where there were only piles of meat, and empty space where plague marines advanced. Ammunition counters ticked backward. Vox bursts became coughing. Servo turrets turned on friendly trenches for less than a second before their handlers tore out their controls. That second was enough to butcher a line of Iron Warriors' slaves and one legionary squad. In the command bastion, Varex watched error propagate. "Filter corruption," he said. "Already engaged," Dorak answered. "Engage secondary." Secondary returns the same false positives. Then tertiary. Tertiary is blind. Varex stared at the display until the green distortion seemed to pulse like a wound. Manual confirmation, sound ranging, seismic reading, flesh observers if required. Mortals die in the fog. Then send more mortals. The second hour became a trench slaughter. The Death Guard reached the Iron Warriors' lines inside the Rotwind, and the war lost its clean geometry. It collapsed into mud, knives, chain axes, plague cleavers, power fists, and bolter shots fired with barrels pressed against visors. Vor entered the trench by falling into it with 3 dead bodies and 1 living Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior landed first and tried to rise. Vor's boot came down on his knee, breaking the joint backward. The warrior swung a chain axe from the ground. It bit into Vor's thigh plate, throwing sparks and diseased fluid. Vor drove his plague knife into the warrior's neck seal and leaned his full weight on the blade. The seal split. The flesh beneath parted. He twisted until the helm sagged sideways and blood pumped into the trench mud. A power fist struck the wall beside him, pulverizing a dead thrall's head into bone grit. Vor turned and fired his bolter twice. The first shell cracked the Iron Warrior's chest plate. The second entered the crack and detonated. Armor bulged outward. Meat burst through the split. The warrior fell, but did not die until Vor stepped over him and fired once more through the faceplate. Around him, the trench was madness without haste. A Blight Lord smashed an Iron Warrior against the wall with a flail, each strike turning more of the black-armored body into a sack of broken matter. A Havoc, pinned beneath corpses, held his heavy bolter across his chest and fired upward until a plague cleaver cut through the gun and both his arms. Poxwalkers flooded firing steps and were kicked apart, shot apart, crushed, and still came on, clutching at armor joints with broken fingers. Iron Warriors fought in pairs and triads, stabbing for seals, firing at lenses, withdrawing behind each other by instinct, older than the Long War. One Death Guard warrior seized an Iron Warrior by the helm and vomited plague through the cracked grill. The Iron Warrior answered by pressing a bolt pistol to the Death Guard's gut and emptying the magazine. The Plague Marine's abdomen burst open. The Iron Warrior's head dissolved inside his helmet. Both fell together into the mud, locked as if in brotherhood. Above the trench, the duel continued. Perturabo struck Mortarion with battlefield and body both. Mines had given way to moving walls, collapsing bridges, timed barrages, and blows from the Lord of Iron's own hands. He forced Mortarion against broken terrain, used shattered Cycloniad fragments as cover, fired from weapon systems integrated into his armor, and brought crushing impacts down whenever the fog parted enough to grant a clean line. Mortarion endured with obscene patience. Silence carved scars through Perturabo's defenses, splitting gun housings, severing anchor pylons, and cutting through slabs of ferrocrete that had survived orbital fragments. Each sweep left rot behind. Each missed strike poisoned the air anyway. Perturabo's armor smoked where plague condensation touched it. His movements remained precise, but the ground around him betrayed more often now, softening, bubbling, growing slick with infection. He compensated. That was his genius. That was his cruelty. He did not need a clean battlefield. He needed only to understand how the Dirty One functioned. He lured Mortarion toward the base of a Cycloniad statue, whose head rose above the fog like a judging moon. The black eye of the monument burned with inward lightning. Demons, drawn by its gaze, writhed across the stone in clusters, screaming as the lens drank their outlines into flickering reflections. Mortarion advanced, silence raised. Perturabo fired a close-range salvo that struck Mortarion's already wounded wing. The shots detonated in the torn membrane, shredding rot flesh and bone struts. Mortarion staggered. In that instant, the Lord of Iron crossed the distance. The blow landed like the fall of a fortress tower. Perturabo's weapon smashed into Mortarion's wing root and shoulder. Diseased bone cracked. The vast wing folded wrong, its membrane tearing from spine to edge in a spray of black blood and corpse light. Mortarion was driven backward, boots carving trenches in the mud. Perturabo struck again, not at the scythe, not at the head, but at balance, force, structure. Mortarion hit the Cycloniad statue. The impact shook the buried ring. The statue cracked from brow to throat. For a moment, the battlefield saw what lay inside the stone. Not hollow, not solid, something between. A dark interior lined with mineral veins that pulsed like nerves. The black eye shattered, and from within the broken lens came a psychic scream older than language. Thousands of mortal slaves died at once. Iron Warriors' labor lines burst apart as men clawed at their heads, their skulls splitting from within. Death Guard thralls dropped in rows, ears bleeding, eyes liquefying, mouths stretched wider than jaws allowed. Some simply folded bonelessly into the mud. Others tore their own faces away before their hearts stopped. The scream passed through rebreathers, through armor seams, through bunker walls, through prayer and profanity alike. Demons nearest the statue were dragged screaming into the crack and smeared into light. Even Vor fell to one knee, his helm filling with static and the taste of ancient dust. He heard voices that were not voices, saw a ring of eyes beneath a dead sun, felt the weight of an empire that had never been human and had not died in any way mankind could understand. Then the scream faded. Mortarion stood against the cracked statue, one wing hanging broken, his armor split, his scythe still in hand. Perturabo stood before him, vast and unbowed, already shifting his stance for the next sequence. In the command bastion, Varix gripped the edge of the hololithic table as runes died across its surface. Half the slave crew lay dead at their stations. The other half worked among the corpses because no order had released them from duty. The Vox snapped open in a burst of static. Cordan Rex's voice came through, flattened by interference and battlefield noise. Warsmith, contamination update. Speak. The metallifage is no longer spreading by contact alone. Varix looked toward the green-black storm choking the field. Rex continued. It is airborne in the fire dust. The third hour began with that truth entering the Iron Warrior's command lattice, like a blade sliding between plates. Outside, rotwind rolled through the trenches. The dead swelled. The guns coughed rust. The Cycloniad eyes burned brighter, and the two dead sons of the Emperor moved toward each other again. Archon Dravosk stood beneath the wounded warhound, while the god machine tried to tear its own leg away. The Titan's name was rendered in Binharic, Warcant, and Legio Abhorac's oath script across 3 armor plates, though the surface glyphs had been blackened by fire dust and smeared by human fat from the slaves crushed during its last stride. To Dravosk, names mattered less than function. It was a warhound scout engine, swift by Titan measure, cruel in the way of all hunting machines, armed to break armored columns and murder fortifications before larger gods arrived to finish the ruin. It had stalked through the Death Guard flank at the beginning of the third hour and burned plague companies into vapor beneath its plasma fire. Now it limped in the ash basin, left ankle locked at a broken angle, void shield sputtering, reactor growling in pain. Dravosk clung to the gantry bolted to its lower shin. His mechadendrites dug into access ports and armor seams, while fire dust hammered his black iron plate. He had abandoned the ground because the ground was no longer trustworthy. It sucked at boots. It bubbled where no heat source touched it. It swallowed loose cables and returned them green with crawling oxidation. The warhound screamed through its war horn. The sound flattened slaves against the mud, and made lesser servitors burst blood from their ears. Dravosk snarled through his helm grill and drove a diagnostic spike deeper into the ankle housing. "Silence your indulgence," he voxed into the Titan's maintenance channel. "Report fault structure." The machine spirit answered in scrap code. Not defiance, not corruption in the familiar manner of demon insolence, not even damage feedback. Agony. The realization came coldly, and he hated it. He had cursed machine spirits for centuries. He had beaten them with catechisms, shocked them with pain current, starved them of oil, drowned them in demon blood, and forced them to obey after they tried to bite the hands that repaired them. This was different. The warhound was not refusing to walk. It was being eaten in the place where motion became command. Dravosk peeled back a shin plate with a cutting torch and a servo claw. Rust poured out. Not a dusting, not corrosion from exposed joints. It spilled from the ankle actuator like arterial blood, thick and granular, steaming as it hit the ash. The pistons beneath had been whole less than a minute ago. Now they were hollowed from within, their inner walls blistered and soft, their memory of pressure and extension unraveling into red-brown rot. Fiber bundles snapped one after another, not cut, but decomposing. Data cables sagged like dead worms. The actuator spirit howled in frequencies that made Dravosk's teeth ache. "Metaliphage penetration confirmed," he transmitted. "Internal, rapid, structural memory compromised." The warhound tried to step. The locked joint held. The Titan's weight shifted wrong. Entire strata of ash cracked beneath its foot. Slaves chained to the repair crawlers screamed as the ground buckled and dragged several dozen of them under the sinking tread. Their bodies burst in the pressure, blood and organs squeezing upward through the mud around the Titan's toes. No one ordered a rescue. Their deaths became traction data. Above Dravosk, the princeps screamed through the manifold. "There is something inside the bone, something chewing. Get it out. Get it out of my engine." "You will maintain posture," Dravosk replied. "It is praying in the joint." "Then make it pray more quietly." He drove a mechadendrite into the infected actuator and injected sacred solvent, acid, and binding oil. The mixture hissed. The rust drank it. For one breath, the corrosion slowed. Then the solvent curdled black and began eating the injector. Dravosk severed the mechadendrite before the infection could climb back into his harness. The limb fell away, twitching in the ash. Rust spread across it in a wave, consuming metal, cable, nerve fiber, and the tiny enslaved intelligence housed within its socket. The severed tool clicked 3 times, as if trying to remember its purpose, then collapsed into powder. Around the battlefield, the same lesson repeated in larger and uglier forms. The Iron Warrior's logistics web began to rot. Ammunition hoppers jammed across the 2nd Artillery crown. Shells stuck in feeder throats and split before loading. Autoloaders misfed charges into empty breaches, then attempted to chamber the hands of the slaves sent to clear them. Men screamed as loading arms crushed their forearms into paste, and the machines continued cycling until overseers shot the crews and tore out the control shrines. Vox masts along the forward wall screamed in scrap code, broadcasting bursts of Binharic nonsense, plague hymns, and coordinates that led guns to fire into empty ash or friendly trenches. Targeting arrays failed by mockery rather than blindness. Range data became rings of flies. Wind readings became swollen faces. Enemy markers multiplied around corpses, while living Death Guard vanished from lenses until they were already inside the wire. One Havoc battery fired 3 perfect volleys into a crater full of dead poxwalkers, while a Blightlord squad advanced through open ground beside them, unmarked by Auspex, their weapons raised. The Iron Warriors' response was immediate and correct. They amputated the battlefield. Infected cannon barrels were cut away with melter torches and left to rot in isolation pits. Corrupted ammunition hoists were burned with their crews still chained inside. Vox towers were severed at the base and toppled into trenches where slaves packed them under ash and promethium. Warpsmiths ripped cables out of artillery crawlers and replaced them with slave spines, each mortal nailed into a control frame, while nerve hooks were driven through vertebrae and attached to gun logic. The men lived just long enough to scream targeting corrections through locked jaws. Compartments in the mobile bastions were welded shut when infection reached them. Dravosk heard the reports while still clamped to the Warhound's ankle. Reactor Gallery 4 sealed. Auxilia Cogitator deck sealed. Western ammunition crawlway sealed. Personnel status alive. Contamination status contained. Burn order pending. He approved every seal. A living crew was valuable only while its death did not preserve something more valuable. From the plague fog came the servants of Mortarion. Death Guard plague surgeons moved through shell craters like priests in a cathedral whose altar was made of ruptured tanks. Their masks were long-beaked and filthy, their robes stiff with clotted matter, their instruments gleaming wetly in the rot wind. Biologus alchemists followed with canisters chained to their backs, each vessel pulsing with cultures that clicked against the glass from within. They did not rush. They seeded the battlefield with patience. One alchemist knelt beside the remains of an Iron Warrior's chain cannon nest and opened a brass canister. A grey vapor poured into the weapon's shattered feed system. The barrels twitched. Rust flowered along rifling grooves, then spread backward into the gun cradle, then into the ammunition belt still wrapped around a dead Havoc's arm. The corpse's augmetic hand convulsed as the infection entered it. The alchemist watched, took notes on a strip of cured skin, and moved on. Another surgeon found a demon engine crippled by Iron Warrior's control spikes and plague corrosion both. Rather than destroy it, he climbed its flank under covering fire and hammered a syringe the size of a spear into the beast's furnace joint. Living rust poured into the engine's body. The demon inside shrieked with delight and terror. Its right claw fell away in orange flakes. Its left began swinging at anything that moved, Iron Warriors and Death Guard alike. The surgeon allowed it to kill until a Lascannon erased him from the waist up. The Death Guard were not merely attacking. They were composting the battlefield. Every dead poxwalker enriched the mud. Every shattered plague marine leaked contagion into the ash. Every ruined tank became a breeding cistern. Every corpse, shell casing, torn cable, broken auspex, severed augmetic, and empty magazine became a place where the metallifage learned how iron remembered itself. Mortarion had permitted his sons to be butchered hour after hour, not because he lacked care. Care was irrelevant. He had permitted it because their dying thickened the weapon no Iron Warrior could fully target. Time had become plague. Dravosk understood it before he wanted to. Warsmith Varex understood next and refused to panic. His orders cut across the command lattice in a voice stripped of all indulgence. Manual fire on all artillery pieces compromised by range deceit. Slaves to elevation wheels. Legionaries to confirm impact by sight. Engines will walk under direct command or not at all. Machine spirit assistance is secondary. Abandon corrupted armor systems rather than concede position. No retreat by malfunction. No retreat by fear. No retreat by superstition. Across the lines, Iron Warriors obeyed. Gunners hauled shells by hand when autoloaders died. Legionaries tore targeting lenses from their own helms when the displays filled with plague sigils, then fired by sight through cracked armor glass. Tank crews disconnected corrupted cogitators and drove by shouted orders, smashing through trenches, corpses, and their own wounded rather than halt. A Predator commander, his vehicle's motive spirit raving in scrap code, ordered the driver wired directly into the engine with his legs cut away to reduce motion interference. The tank advanced another 700 meters before a plague mortar burst inside its turret and turned the crew into black soup. Dravosk descended from the Warhound as repair became pointless. The Titan could still fire. It could still turn at the hip. It could still serve as a gun tower until the infected joint finished dying. He ordered the ankle locked with external braces, then ordered the slaves holding the braces welded into the frame as living strain gauges. Their bodies would tear before the metal did. The data would be useful. He moved through the engine yard toward a relay shrine, where the view of the greater battle opened through smoke and ash. The Iron Warriors were still killing. Even under the metallifage benediction, even with guns lying to them and engines coughing blood rust, they inflicted ruin with a discipline that would have broken loyalists and annihilated lesser traitors. Legio Abhorax walked into the Death Guard formations with the contempt of gods. Warhound plasma burned plague companies into greasy vapor. Vulcan megabolters soared through poxwalker seas and left furrows of meat so deep they filled with bubbling runoff. A Reaver-class god machine strode into a Death Guard armored column and fired its weapons point blank. Plague tanks vanished under its wrath. A Land Raider bloated with corruption took a volcano blast through the front plate and became a sphere of white fire. Rhinos split open, vomiting burning plague marines who walked for several steps before their armor softened and their bodies spilled out. The Reaver lowered one foot onto a Death Guard tank that still tried to fire from beneath its shadow. The tread came down slowly, almost ceremonially. Armor crumpled, plague sacks burst. Crew and machine became a wide smear of infected paste under god machine weight. The Reaver sounded its war horn. The ash shook. For a moment, even Dravosk felt the old satisfaction of iron triumphing over rot. Then the Reaver's right knee locked. It was a small failure at first, a hitch in the stride, a wrongness in the rhythm. The god machine's next step landed too hard, cracking the glass plane beneath it. Stabilizers fired, hip actuators compensated. Moderati shouted correction hymns through the manifold. The knee did not answer. Rust poured from the joint. A torrent of it spilled down the Reaver's shin plating, thick as blood from a severed artery. It steamed over armor seals and cascaded into the ash in a red-brown waterfall. The Titan lurched. Its void shields flickered. Its carapace weapon dipped off target and fired into an Iron Warrior's trench line, vaporizing 2 gun crews and a bunker of slaves before the Princeps dragged the weapon aside. The Princeps screamed across every Legio channel. Something is inside the manifold. It is chewing the prayers. It is chewing the bones. It is in the bones of the engine. Moderati voices overlapped, some chanting, some cursing, some dissolving into Binharic static. A warpsmith conclave at the Reaver's ankle tried to reach the joint before it collapsed. One of them touched the pouring rust, and his gauntlet softened around his hand. He cut the arm off at the elbow without hesitation. The severed limb crawled for 3 meters before crumbling into flakes. Dravosk turned toward the center of the field. The duel still raged beneath the Cycloniad gaze. Perturabo knew. Dravosk could see it in the Lord of Iron's posture, even across distance and storm. Not fear, never fear. Recognition. The equation had changed, and it had changed earlier than his sons understood. Mortarion had not seized one objective, broken one wall, or slain one god machine by strength alone. He had altered the value of duration. Every minute that passed now favored decay. Every heroic stand became exposure. Every engine that endured became a patient waiting for symptoms. Every calculation had to include the battlefield itself as an enemy organism. Perturabo's anger did not flare. It froze. The Lord of Iron stood amid smoke, shell bursts, and plague fog, weapons tracking, armor scarred, his immense silhouette immovable, while the war beneath his command began to sicken. Dravosk had served brutal masters, mad engines, and demons with appetites for cathedrals of flesh. He had never seen hatred as cold as that which gathered around Perturabo when the truth fully settled. Mortarion had turned time into a weapon. The insult was almost perfect. The Reaver Titan groaned, its locked knee folded inward by a fraction. Armor plates screamed as stress climbed through the limb. The princeps voice became a single unbroken shriek. Secondary reactors vented. Slaves chained around the ankle burned where they stood, bodies blackening, fat igniting, skulls bursting in their helmets. The god machine tried to remain upright through will, mass, and murder. Mortarion looked up at it. He stood near the cracked cycloniad. Causeway, wings torn, armor smoking, silence held in one gauntleted hand. Around him the rotwind curled through corpses and shattered iron. Flies thickened in the air. He raised his hooded face toward the faltering titan, and for a moment the battlefield seemed to draw breath through infected lungs. His voice crossed the killing ground, soft enough to be intimate, strong enough to enter every vox that had not yet died. Even your gods of iron learned to kneel. The Reaver's knee gave way another span. Across the field, Perturabo turned toward his brother. No roar followed, no oath, no theatrical promise. Only the next step of the Lord of Iron, heavy enough to shake rust from the dead machines, as he advanced into the plague that had dared make a lesson of his war. The fourth hour became the hour of attrition, and attrition was a language both brothers understood. Perturabo abandoned the comfort of distance first. It was not mercy that moved him closer, nor anger hot enough to cloud the iron architecture of his thoughts. It was necessity. The battlefield was changing beneath calculation. The rotwind crawled through gun pits and trench mouths. The metallifage gnawed ammunition hoists, Auspex teeth, and the memory of obedient engines. Prepared advantages were decaying with every breath Mortarion took. So the Lord of Iron did what lesser commanders could not. He discarded what no longer served, even if he had built it himself. The ground around the two Primarchs was no longer a causeway. It was a continent of broken intention. Stone from the Cycloniad ring lay in slabs large enough to bury tanks. Trenches opened like torn arteries. Dead plague marines and iron warriors were piled together beneath drifting ash, their ancient hatred reduced to a shared paste of blood, armor fragments, and cooked organs. The single eye of the cracked statue burned above them, its ruptured lens leaking psychic light that made demons shriek whenever they crawled too near. Perturabo advanced through that light. Every step was a verdict. His armor smoked where Mortarion's aura had kissed it, yet his gait did not slow. Weapon housings tracked, shoulder guns spat, integrated systems adjusted by fractions too small for mortal sight. He struck first with a blow that did not seek the blade, but the body behind it. Mortarion caught the impact on silence, and the collision sent a shockwave across the trench lines. Wounded Astartes were thrown from firing steps. Mortal slaves burst against revetment walls. A plague crawler half buried in mud skidded sideways and crushed a knot of poxwalkers into rotten jelly. Mortarion answered with the scythe. Silence did not merely cut, it reaped. The blade swept through the ash in a long, patient arc, and iron warriors caught too near opened from shoulder to hip. Their armor split, as if the ceramite had grown old in an instant. Organs and augmetics spilled together into the mud, hearts, cables, lungs, pistons, intestines, and bionic junctions tumbling from bodies that remained upright for one stunned breath before falling apart. One champion raised a power axe to parry and lost the weapon, both hands and the front of his torso in the same motion. He hit the ground with his chest hollowed, his secondary heart still beating visibly between shredded cables until a nurgling crawled into the cavity and began to feed. Perturabo did not retreat from the scythe. He turned inside the next arc, letting the edge carve a trench through the outer plating of his war gear rather than grant it his core. He drove a fist into Mortarion's ribs with the force of a siege ram. Rotten armor folded. Filth burst from the wound. Mortarion staggered, but his free hand came down with the lantern. The weapon fired once. Its light punched through an Iron Warrior's champion, advancing behind Perturabo, reducing the warrior's torso to a cauterized hole lined with black glass. The blast continued through the champion and into a demon engine beyond him, entering the thing's skull core. The engine froze mid-charge, furnace jaws open, then convulsed as its bound demon was burned from its shell. Metal legs folded. The corpse machine collapsed into the trench, crushing iron warriors and plague thralls beneath its bulk. Mortarion lowered the lantern. He did not waste judgment. The duel closed again. Perturabo used the battlefield as an extension of his body. A lesser warrior fought with limbs. Perturabo fought with terrain, artillery, recoil, debris, and the disciplined death of his own sons. He seized a shattered slab of Cyclopean stone and hurled it into Mortarion's advance, not to wound him, but to force a step aside. That step carried Mortarion into a pre-sighted impact zone. The Lord of Iron voxed a single command, and artillery answered danger close. Shells fell around both Primarchs. The explosions would have erased armies. The first burst lifted dead tanks and turned them into spinning wreckage. The second punched a crater through a trench packed with wounded iron warriors, death guard, and screaming slaves, blending them into a boiling sump of meat and metal. The third detonated close enough to cloak Perturabo and Mortarion in white fire. Plague Marines died standing. Iron warriors died firing. Demons were shredded into sparks and foul vapor. When the smoke tore open, both Primarchs remained. Perturabo's armor was cratered and glowing along one side. Mortarion's wings trailed fire and rot. Silence was raised again. The lantern smoked in his grip. Neither looked at the dead crushed around them. "You win by waiting for all things to fail," Perturabo said. Mortarion's reply came as a breath through corpse fog. "All things do." Perturabo stepped over the bisected remains of a legionary whose hazard-striped pauldron still twitched with infected machine impulses. "Then I will build with failure included." He struck again. The blow drove Mortarion backward through a mound of corpses and into the side of a wrecked siege tank. The tank folded around him. Mortarion tore free with a sweep of silence that opened the vehicle and the iron warriors sheltering behind it. The blade passed through them in one beautiful, hideous motion. Armor peeled, bone parted, spines slid out with hanging cables. A warrior's bionic lungs spun into the mud, still pumping. Across the wider front, the Death Guard began to push. Not through brilliance, not through speed, not through tactical purity. They advanced because the Iron Warrior's world of systems was betraying them. Guns jammed in the moment before firing. Vox orders arrived as wet coughing. Autoloaders fed mangled slave limbs into breaches instead of shells. Wounded Iron Warriors discovered their augmetics stiffening, their armor locks freezing, their own sealed wounds swelling with corrosive black froth. A havoc line continued firing until every weapon in the gallery overheated, ruptured, and cooked the crews inside their armor. The sons of Perturabo died with discipline, but discipline could not command a bolt shell that had become a nest for rust. Malgor Vor entered the surgical bunker beneath the second wall with 6 brothers and left it alone. The bunker had once been a medici station. By the time Vor breached it, it had become a charnel workshop. Iron warriors wounded lay strapped to slabs or bolted upright in firing braces, some half-repaired, others opened for gene seed, others sealed in black coffins that shook and screamed in human voices, and Binhar ecstatic. The walls were slick with blood and disinfectant. The floor ran with nutrient slurry, pus, oil, and plague runoff. At its center stood an altar built from a captured Death Guard icon, defiled by iron spikes and surgical hooks. Cordan Rex waited beside it. The siege apothecary had lost one shoulder plate and half his helm. His bionic eye burned red in the ruin of his face. Servo limbs unfolded from his back, each one bearing instruments wet with the remains of Vor's brothers. Brother Haldron lay at Rex's feet, chest opened, both progenoids ripped out and crushed beneath an iron boot. Brother Morn had been pinned to the wall by surgical hooks through his throat and spine, still twitching as infection tried to keep him useful. "Champion," Rex said, "you have brought contamination into a controlled space." Vor raised his bolter. "I brought correction." Rex moved before the shot. His servo saw screamed across Vor's breastplate, tearing through corrosion, ceramite, and diseased meat beneath. Vor fired, but the apothecary's claw knocked the barrel aside, and the bolts detonated among the wounded, blowing strapped iron warriors apart in sprays of ribs, armor, and organ matter. Rex drove the saw deeper. It bit into Vor's abdomen and opened him from hip to ribs. Rotten entrails pressed against the cut. Black blood poured over the apothecary's gauntlet. Vor laughed. The sound was low, wet, and without humor. Rex tried to withdraw the saw. The teeth jammed in Vor's corrupted flesh. The plague champion dropped his bolter and seized the apothecary's arm with both hands. Rex fired his bolt pistol into Vor's side. One shell burst inside him, throwing chunks of diseased meat across the altar. Another cracked against a rib thickened by 10,000 years of war and failed to detonate. Vor headbutted him. The impact shattered the remains of Rex's helm and drove him back against the plague altar. The apothecary's servo claw struck Vor's shoulder, crushing the pauldron inward. Vor ignored it. He gripped Rex by the skull and slammed him into the altar once. Bone cracked. He slammed him again. The bionic eye flickered. A third impact split the iron rim of the altar and flattened the back of Rex's head. Still, the apothecary tried to reach for a blade. Vor pressed his skull against the altar stone and leaned with all the patient weight of the death guard. Rex's head collapsed. Blood, grey matter, eye fluid, and broken augmetic parts spread beneath Vor's gauntlet. The bionic eye popped free, trailing wires, its red lens still recording. Vor picked it from the ruin and set it upright upon the altar, facing the bunker door. "Record," he told it. Then he left the surgical bunker burning behind him, the dead coffins screaming until the flames found their throats. The 6th hour crippled Legio Abhorax. The first Reaver died badly. It had fought on after its knee failed, using one leg and torso rotation to keep firing into the Death Guard advance. Its weapons had vaporized whole plague companies. Its carapace guns had turned corpse carts into airborne sludge. It had stepped upon a knot of Blightlord Terminators and pressed them into the earth until their armor burst like rotten fruit beneath cathedral weight. Yet the metallifage had climbed through its joint manifold into hip braces, stabilizer stacks, and motive shrines. The god machine's prayers became screams. The princeps became a voice without dignity, howling that something was chewing names out of the engine's bones. The Reaver tried to take one more step. Its infected knee sheared sideways. The Titan fell into its own trench network. The collapse was not a fall. It was a planetary event. Its upper body struck the wall of the trench maze and drove through it, crushing bunkers, ammunition chapels, artillery crews, plague thralls, demon engines, and iron warriors squads beneath thousands of tons of dying metal. Ammunition cathedrals detonated under its torso. Shell magazines cooked off in chain bursts that blew towers of fire through the Titan's back. Its reactor screamed. Its void shield snapped outward in dying pulses, flensing flesh from bone and boiling blood inside armor. Men and transhuman warriors vanished beneath it. Iron warriors tried to hold firing lines until the shadow reached them. Death Guard pressed forward through the blast, many burning, some laughing, some with their organs hanging from split armor. A demon engine trapped beneath the Titan's hip kept clawing until its furnace heart ruptured and filled the trench with molten brass and shrieking warp matter. Above the ruin, the Cycloniad eyes burned brighter. The duel had become a wound at the center of the war. Perturabo and Mortarion crashed together again amid the raining ash of the dead Titan. Perturabo's armor was scored by silence, pitted by plague, and slick with the filth of his brother's aura. Mortarion's body was a gallery of ruin, one wing mangled, armor split, rotten flesh exposed beneath plates that wept black vapor. Still he advanced. Still he raised silence. Perturabo waited. He had measured the rhythm now, not the scythe, the will behind it, the moment when endurance became expectation, the moment when Mortarion trusted his own suffering more than the changing battlefield. The Lord of Iron struck into that moment. His weapon hammered down onto silence with such force that the sound broke across the war like a thunderclap inside a tomb. Mortarion held. The ground beneath him did not. Perturabo stepped in and drove a second blow into the scythe haft, then a third into Mortarion's wounded shoulder, then a fourth that smashed across the demon Primarch's chest and forced his grip open by a fraction. That fraction was enough. Perturabo's next strike tore silence from Mortarion's grasp. The scythe spun through the ash, its blade carving through corpses, shattered guns, and the legs of an iron warrior too wounded to move aside. It landed point first in the churned mud beside the broken trench, standing alone, steaming, its edge black with gathered death. Mortarion stood empty-handed. For one impossible moment, the Death Guard line faltered, not from fear, from disbelief. Varric saw the opening before half the command chamber understood what it meant. The hololithic field shook beneath layers of interference, plague static, and dying machine code, but the image at the center remained clear enough. Mortarion stood empty-handed amid ash, corpses, and shattered black stone. Silence had been driven from his grip and stood buried in the mud beyond him, its long blade steaming beside a trench choked with mutilated warriors. Around the demon Primarch, the Death Guard line faltered. Not in rout, not in cowardice. They were too ruined by endurance to know either. They faltered because for one impossible breath, the Lord of Death had been separated from the weapon that made his cruelty visible. Perturabo moved at once. Varric felt the order before it reached him, as if the entire fortress had become a nerve and his father's will the blade drawn across it. The command bastion's surviving cogitators spat kill equations into the air. Slave scribes vomited blood as their implants burned out translating the data. Artillery masters turned in their thrones. Warpsmiths looked up from corrupted consoles. Every iron warrior still tied into the command lattice received the same command, cold enough to silence every lesser thought. Commit reserves. Varric did not hesitate. Terminator anvils forward, obliterator vaults open, siege dreadnoughts release restraint locks, last engine pack into the center, all surviving guns shift to decapitation pattern. Mortarion is exposed. Kill his command structure before the scythe returns to his hand. The chamber obeyed. It obeyed through blood, fire, and system failure. It obeyed while the air filters coughed green dust over the officers. It obeyed while two Vox servitors tore their own jaw assemblies loose and continued transmitting through exposed throat cabling. It obeyed while the western cogitator bank split open and poured rust across the floor like grain from a broken silo. Below the world wall, the reserves moved. Chaos Terminators advanced from sealed redoubts, black armor broad as bunker doors, hazard stripes dulled by fire dust and gore, their combi weapons loaded with brutal clicks. Chain fists spun up in shrieking protest. Power fists bled captured lightning from their knuckles. They did not run. They entered the plague fog in ordered wedges, each squad a moving block of iron intent. The obliterator cults were released from radiation vaults beneath the second wall. Their cages opened with screams of tortured metal. What emerged had once been Astartes, though that fact mattered only to gene records and old hatred. Now they were swollen heaps of weapon flesh, armor, cable, tumor, and demon hunger. Guns grew from their arms. Barrels pushed through their shoulders. Ammunition belts crawled beneath their skin. Their faces had become masks of ecstasy and agony, mouths stretched around promises of fire. They were driven forward by shock pylons and warpsmith command lashes, each step leaving wet metal prints in the ash. Siege dreadnoughts came after them. Ancient iron warriors interred in sarcophagi of rage and necessity thundered from their restraint cradles. Drill claws rotated. Heavy flamers spat pilot flame. Twin-linked guns tested their traverse with sharp mechanical snaps. Their voices filled the vox with old curses, burial bitterness, and the hunger of warriors who had been denied death for so long that murder had become their last remaining proof of self. The last functioning demon engines broke from their chains and hurled themselves toward the center. Some limped on plague-rotted limbs. Some dragged fused armor plates behind them like flayed skin. One furnace crawler had no right side, only a stream of sparks and dangling entrails of cable, yet it hauled itself forward on the left, chewing bodies to fuel its failing core. Varix watched the reserve wave converge on the faltering Death Guard line. "Compress the center," he said. "Ignore outer rot masses. Ignore poxwalker tides unless they threaten gun crews. Strike the Death Shroud. Strike the Plague Surgeons. Strike the Banner Knots. Mortarion can be delayed. His sons can be beheaded." A captain near him coughed inside his helm and steadied himself against a rail. "Warsmith, the reserve vault doors on the lower west are reporting internal oxidation. Shell racks are unstable." "Noted. Recommendation, evacuate." Varix did not turn. "Denied. Fire until failure. Detonate if compromise reaches command pathways." The captain bowed his helm and returned to his station. On the field, Perturabo drove the attack personally. He did not roar. He did not praise. He did not invoke gods. There were no oaths offered to the warp, no demand that fate witness him, no theatrical promise to break his brother. He issued commands while he fought, his voice cutting through the battlefield as precisely as any weapon. "Left gallery, fire short. Terminator wedge, 3 paces inward. Dreadnoughts, strike the bodyguards. Obliterate a cadre, saturate the scythe position. Artillery crown, danger close. I am the marker." The guns answered. Shells fell around Perturabo and Mortarion in a tightening ring, detonating close enough to skin the battlefield down to molten stone. The Lord of Iron walked through his own artillery as if it were rain. Impacts hurled tanks onto their sides, flattened corpse piles into paste, and threw broken warriors tumbling through smoke. Perturabo used every blast as pressure, forcing Mortarion to turn, to brace, to spend fractions of motion, while silence stood beyond his reach. The Death Shroud intervened. They came between their father and the Iron Warriors' reserves, scythes raised, armor swollen and burning beneath the barrage. They had no illusions of victory. Their purpose was not triumph. Their purpose was time. The first Death Shroud met a siege dreadnought at the lip of the ruined trench. The dreadnought's drill punched through the bodyguard's chest and burst from his back in a fountain of black organs, rib fragments, and shredded armor lining. The Death Shroud did not die quickly. He leaned into the drill until it chewed deeper, then brought his scythe down across the dreadnought's arm joint. The blade bit, stuck, and rusted the mechanism in place. The dreadnought crushed him with its other claw, reducing the warrior's helm and torso to a flattened mess of ceramite and diseased meat, but the arm stayed locked, useless. The second was consumed by obliterator fire. Plasma, melter, and explosive shells bloomed from the weapon beast's flesh in the same breath. The Death Shroud vanished piece by piece, shoulder, arm, half-helm, hip, thigh, organs, bell chains. He remained standing until a final shell struck his skull and painted the ash behind him with brain matter and blackened bone. The third reached the Terminators. His scythe opened 2 of them before they drowned him in chain fists. The blades soared through his armor from every side, turning his body into a jerking pillar of leaking plague filth. One Iron Warrior drove a power fist through his abdomen and out his spine. Another tore the scythe from his grip. Still, the Death Shroud lifted his ruined head toward Mortarion, as if the act of dying had purchased enough. It had. Seconds, not victory. Seconds were sufficient. Varix understood that with cold irritation. The Death Shroud were being spent with efficiency. Mortarion's sons knew the arithmetic of sacrifice well enough when it suited decay. "Obliterator cadre, target silence," he ordered. The transmission returned as laughter, static, and weapon growth pain. The cultists fired anyway. Streams of fire hammered the ground around the fallen scythe, turning corpses into steam and mud into glass. The blade remained where it stood, untouched by the logic of lesser destruction. Then the rear line exploded, not under enemy fire, from within. The first reserve ammunition vault split open like a butchered animal. Shells cracked in their racks, not detonating cleanly, but rupturing under metalliphage pressure. Charges cooked. Warheads spat flame sideways. A siege tank beside the vault backfired through its own breach, blowing its turret into the air with the crew still inside. The turret came down across a line of slave haulers and crushed them into a flat red carpet. The next explosion took 3 Vindicators. Their demolisher shells ignited in sequence. The tanks buckled, swelled, and burst outward, throwing armor plates across the rear trench network. One plate the size of a bunker door struck an Iron Warriors squad, withdrawing from a contaminated gallery, and reduced them to fragments beneath its weight. Corrupted artillery crawlers beside the Vindicators fired without command as their magazines cooked off, sending shells into the Iron Warriors' rear line. A gun cathedral vanished in white flame. The ammunition priests chained within it died without finishing their last maintenance chant. The furnace spread. Vault after vault reported infection, then overpressure, then silence. The Iron Warriors' rear line became a wall of fire, not the planned fire of artillery, but the undisciplined inferno of munitions turning traitor within their own casings. Men burned inside sealed armor. Slaves ran screaming through fire dust with their backs aflame until shock collars detonated and cut them down. Warpsmiths hacked apart infected loader arms while shells burst around them and filled the air with shrapnel, bone dust, and black smoke. Varrix's gauntlets clenched on the command rail. Status of Western Reserve vaults. "Gone," said Dorak. "Eastern?" "Compromised." "Central?" A pause. "Burning." Varrix looked toward the center hololith. Mortarion had reached silence. The demon Primarch walked through the Iron Warrior's attack as his aura intensified. His broken wing hung uselessly at his back, dragging through ash and corpses. His armor was split open in a dozen places. Diseased light bled through the wounds. His free hand closed around the haft of silence beneath a carpet of dead men, broken terminators, ruptured poxwalkers, and shattered stone. He pulled the scythe free. The air around him became lethal. Iron Warriors advancing too close staggered as blood ran through their helm grills. Bionics seized in their sockets. Augmetic eyes rotted behind lenses. Servo joints froze, then split as rust erupted outward in red-brown streams. One Terminator reached striking distance and raised a chain fist. The weapon screamed, choked, and died. The warrior's armor locked around him. Mortarion swept silence across his body and opened him from one shoulder to the opposite hip. The Terminator's organs and cabling slid out together in a heavy wet spill, steaming in the infected air. Another Iron Warrior fired point-blank into Mortarion's chest until his bolter jammed. Mortarion looked down at him and exhaled. The warrior dropped to one knee, coughing blood through his vox grill. His chest plate buckled inward as the flesh beneath bloated and collapsed. Silence descended. His head and pauldron came away in one stroke. Perturabo pressed forward despite it. Varrix watched his father fight through the killing aura, watched armor systems rot and compensate, watched weapon housings jam and be discarded, watched every step turn the battlefield more toxic. The Lord of Iron was not broken. He was adapting faster than his war gear could die. Yet adaptation was no longer the same as victory. The command came through the highest channel. It bypassed Varrix's officers. It bypassed the dying cogitators. It entered his helm directly. Concede the temple approach. Preserve core assets. Withdraw to pre-prepared lines. Deny pursuit through trench detonation. For one breath, Varix hated the order, not because it was wrong, because it was necessary. He had hoped never to hear it. A fool would have mistaken withdrawal for defeat and refused until the legion was spent. Perturabo was no fool. The temple approach could be yielded. The legion could not. The engines that remained, the command cadres, the surviving Terminator anvils, the artillery brains, the warpsmith conclaves, the data gathered through catastrophic loss, these were worth more than dying in contaminated ground to prove a point that rot would not remember. Varix opened the withdrawal lattice. Fall back by number. Pattern Harrow 9. Leave infected wounded. Leave immobilized armor. Recovery only where it does not compromise formation. Rear guns fire until heat death or breach. Prepare explosive trenches. No one questioned him. The Iron Warriors did not rout. They retreated as murderously as they advanced. Squads withdrew by sequence, one firing while another moved, then reversing the burden with mechanical precision. Terminators backed through smoke with combi weapons, roaring, stepping over their own wounded when those wounded could not rise. Havocs fired until barrels glowed and hands fused to weapon grips. Warpsmiths killed engines that could not be moved and harvested command cores from those that could. Dreadnoughts dragged themselves backward, some missing arms, some burning, all still firing into the Death Guard advance. Wounded Iron Warriors called for extraction only when it served the line. Those too infected to recover gave firing data until their helms filled with blood. Some were shot by their brothers before Plague could use them. Some detonated grenades when poxwalkers reached them. Some simply remained at the guns, bodies rotting inside armor, firing at anything that moved until the metal locked around their corpses. Varix activated the first trench chain. Far out on the left, an entire valley lifted. The explosive trenches ignited in geometric sequence. Not one blast, but a design of detonations, each one opening the next. Fire ran beneath the ash in straight lines, then intersecting angles, then expanding squares. The ground fell away beneath a Death Guard pursuit column. Plague tanks, poxwalker masses, and shambling infantry vanished into a rising furnace of ash, shrapnel, and burning promethium. A Blightlord squad disappeared beneath collapsing trench plates, their armor crushed flat before the charges beneath them turned the wreckage incandescent. The second chain followed through the center. A trench still filled with Iron Warriors detonated. Varix watched it through a surviving pict feed. His sons were there, infected, immobilized, still fighting. Death Guard had entered among them. Poxwalkers clawed at the firing steps. A Plague Marine raised a banner of torn skin and rusted bells. Then the detonation grid activated. Flame burst through the floor. The trench walls slammed inward. Iron Warriors, Death Guard, slaves, demons, guns, icons, and wounded were all swallowed in the same engineered grave. The pict feed dissolved into white. Varix did not close his eyes. Perturabo's cruelty was clearest in that moment. He did not spare his own infected warriors, because sparing them would contaminate the withdrawal. He did not sentimentalize men who had held their positions. He rewarded them by making their deaths useful. The trench became a cautery. The legion lived because parts of it were cut away without hesitation. Varix obeyed. He hated Mortarion more for making the calculation necessary. Third chain, he said. More valleys died. The ash plains opened in burning grids. Pursuing Death Guard columns were swallowed by collapsing ground and shrapnel storms. Plague crawlers flipped end over end, vomiting their crews into fire. Demon engines screamed as the earth folded over them. Nurglings burst like boils in the heat. Poxwalker masses vanished by the thousand beneath waves of flame, only for some to crawl burning from the edges, still reaching, still hungry, until Iron Warriors' rearguard fire cut them apart. The world wall began its withdrawal on tectonic treads. It did not turn its back. Its guns faced the enemy until the last possible angle. Its outer plates crawled with corrosion. Its lower decks burned. Its slave pits had become lakes of meat and ash, yet it moved. Around it, surviving Iron Warriors formations collapsed inward into disciplined columns, withdrawing through smoke, fire, and rot toward the next prepared line. At the center of the battlefield, Perturabo disengaged, not broken, not fleeing, forced to concede the ground because the equation had changed, and only a fool confused stubbornness with strength. He struck Mortarion once more before withdrawing, a blow that drove the Lord of Death back across a carpet of corpses. Mortarion answered with silence, carving a long wound across Perturabo's armor, spilling sparks, rust, and shadow. The brothers stood amid the firestorm for a breath, two monstrous sons of a dead dream, both wounded, both unbowed, both surrounded by armies reduced to burning fragments. Then, Perturabo stepped back through the smoke and falling ash, toward the withdrawing fortress, toward the lines he had preserved, toward the next war already forming in his mind. Mortarion watched him go. The death guard around him surged as if to pursue. Varric saw their movement and prepared the final trench chain, ready to erase another valley, another 1,000 warriors, another portion of the world.
Mortarion raised one hand. His sons halted. Through the firestorm, the Lord of Death looked upon the Lord of Iron withdrawing. He saw no cowardice there, no collapse, no final defeat, only concession, carved from necessity and made bitter by survival. Mortarion did not chase. He turned instead. Beyond the detonating trenches, beyond the cracked Cycloniad ring, beyond the field of boiled flesh, rusted engines and ash, the Temple of Ascension waited beneath the wounded world. Mortarion walked toward it with silence in his hand, and Dysactis rotted open before him. The Death Guard advanced through what remained of the Cycloniad ring after the Iron Warriors withdrew, and the world beneath them was no longer a battlefield. It had become a slaughterhouse large enough to be mistaken for a continent. Malgor Vor walked at the front of those who could still walk. The ash reached his knees in places, though it was not ash alone. It was powdered stone, cooked bone, burned ceramite, flaked iron, dried blood, plague residue, and the ground-down remains of armies. Every step sank into something that had once possessed a name, a purpose, a weapon, or a scream. Beneath his boots, the dead compressed into a firmer road than the living had ever made. The ruined Iron Warriors' trenches smoked on every side. Some still burned with the delayed fury of Perturabo's explosive grids. Their walls collapsed inward, their firing steps gone, their ammunition shrines split open and vomiting black flame. In places, the trench lines had become glass rivers filled with fused bodies, Iron Warriors and Death Guard alike, sealed beneath a shining crust of heat, hardened gore. Elsewhere, the rot had won. The iron supports sagged into red-brown sludge. Gun barrels drooped like wet reeds. Tank traps had softened at their tips and curled inward, as if ashamed of their earlier sharpness. Titan wreckage dominated the horizon. The fallen Reaver lay across 3 trench networks, its broken body still venting reactor breath into the fire dust storm. Its head had been torn half open by internal detonation, revealing a cathedral of cables, burned princeps meat, melted command thrones, and demon-scorched machinery. Its right arm had buried itself in the earth when it fell, the weapon still locked in firing posture, aimed at a sky it would never wound again. Death Guard plague thralls crawled over its corpse like maggots on a god. They harvested rust flakes, broken spirit housings, sanctified bolts, armor plates, and the charred remains of the crew. The Iron Warriors had withdrawn, but they had not left silence behind. The field groaned. Dying engines muttered through cracked Vox grills. Buried warriors knocked from beneath rubble until the strength left them. Poxwalkers continued chewing at dead armor. Trapped demon things shrieked from beneath collapsed trenches, their voices muffled by stone, mud, and the pressure of too many corpses. The Cycloniad statues watched all of it with their black mineral eyes, their faces half unearthed,
half veiled in plague fog. Some had been cracked by bombardment. One had lost its crown to a Titan shell. Another had its cheek carved open by Iron Warriors' survey drills. Yet they seemed less damaged than revealed. Their gaze made the demons whimper. That pleased Vor. His squad had been reduced to 5 warriors. Calling them a squad was charity. They were remnants attached to purpose by stubbornness and rot. Brother Dolvek walked with no left arm and half his chest plate missing, his exposed ribs moving around organs that had swollen into yellow knots. Brother Saren's helm had melted over one lens, and his right hand had fused around the grip of his bolter so completely that weapon and warrior had become one diseased mechanism. Brother Thax had forgotten his own name during the psychic scream from the broken statue. He followed behind Vor, repeating plague counts under his breath. 7. 7 times 7. 7 wounds. 7 bells. 7 graves beneath 7 graves. No one corrected him. A nameless plague marine limped beside them, with his intestines hanging through a split abdominal seal, looped over one hip and dragging in the mud until Nurglings tried to tug at them. Each time one of the little demons came too close, he stamped it flat without looking down. The last survivor carried the remains of the squad icon, though the banner had burned away and only the pole remained, crowned by a lump of fused brass, bone, and enemy teeth. This was victory. There were no cheers, no triumphal cant, no lifted blades beneath a clean sky. The Death Guard did not need such things. Celebration belonged to armies that believed battles ended. The sons of Mortarion knew better. A battle was not complete when the enemy withdrew. It was complete when the ground remembered infection, when the dead kept working, when the wounds refused to close. Mortarion walked ahead alone. Even wounded, he was a greater ruin than the battlefield around him. His broken wing hung from his back in a vast, ragged sweep, its torn membrane dragging through ash and leaving a glistening trail of black fluid. His armor was split across the chest, where Perturabo had struck him. Old plague light pulsed beneath the rent plates. One horn on his helm had cracked. His left shoulder steamed where iron munitions had bitten deep. Silence rested in his hand, its blade dark, patient, and wet with the reaping of brothers. The Death Guard followed at a distance, because to walk too close was presumption. Vor did not see weakness in his Primarch's wounds. He saw sacrament. Each break in Mortarion's armor had been purchased beneath the blows of the Lord of Iron. Each rent proved that endurance had become dominion. Perturabo had measured pain, inflicted it, shaped battle around it, and still Mortarion walked toward the prize. The Iron Warriors had made a world into a wall. The Lord of Death had made the wall sick enough to abandon itself. The Temple of Ascension revealed itself only when Mortarion reached the center of the ring. There was no spire, no gate rising proudly above the ruins, no mortal architecture begging the eye to admire it. The temple was below, where all true things waited. The ground split in a slow circle beneath the Cycloniad gaze. Ash slid inward. Bodies tumbled down with it, plague thralls, iron warriors, poxwalkers, and severed limbs rolling together into the widening dark. Black stone emerged beneath the battlefield, layer by layer, each surface slick, as if freshly cut from the inside of a living world. The entrance was a descending mouth, sealed by a door of stone and oxidized bone metal. It was vast enough for a Titan's head to pass through, but its design was not built for welcome. It looked like a wound held shut by old hatred. Runes covered the gate. They were not imperial. They were not Eldari. They were not the angular brutality of Necron script, nor the crude marks of greenskin superstition, nor any glyph Vor had seen carved into demon shrines across the eye. They shifted when he looked at them, not changing shape, but changing meaning. Some seemed like formulae, some like prayers, some like surgical diagrams for the soul. Some resembled plague patterns seen only beneath a microscope held over dying metal. The gate reacted to Mortarion's blood before he touched it. Drops fell from the wound in his chest. They struck the threshold with soft sounds. Stone smoked. Bone metal shivered. The runes nearest the blood brightened and then sank inward as if ashamed. Mortarion stood before the seal. No key was offered. No chant was spoken. No warpsmith mechanism whined against the lock. The Lord of Death reached out one gauntleted hand and placed it against the ancient gate. The temple began to sweat. Moisture gathered across the black stone in glistening beads. Then the beads thickened into pus. The bone metal softened at the contact point, oxidizing in waves, turning green, then brown, then a deep red like old organs exposed to air. Warding lines that had endured before mankind learned to name the stars, blistered and ruptured. Runes collapsed into their own grooves. The gate sagged around Mortarion's palm, decaying not into rubble, but into surrender. Ancient protections failed like diseased flesh. The door opened inward. The air that came from below was cold enough to frost the blood on Vor's armor, yet it stank of hot engines, old graves, and lightning trapped in bone. Mortarion descended first. Only after several breaths did he lift one hand without looking back. The sons followed. Vor entered the Temple of Ascension with the survivors of a murdered army at his back. Inside, the darkness did not yield to helm lenses easily. It resisted illumination, as if light were a language it had learned to mistrust. The passage walls were black stone veined with metallic growths, not ore, not circuitry, but something between the two. Bone metal ribs supported the ceiling. They were oxidized, but not weakened. Every surface bore layered carvings, circles within triangles, spirals becoming skeletal hands, equations arranged around ulcer shapes, diagrams of ascension that began with flesh, passed through disease, entered metal, and ended in symbols Vor's helm refused to translate. The temple contained lore, but not in books. It was built from knowledge. Chambers opened as they descended, each one a blasphemy of form and purpose. In one, pillars rose from a floor of cracked black glass, each pillar filled with suspended fragments of dead civilizations, skulls with elongated jaws, metal hearts still pulsing though no body remained, hands made of stone and sinew locked in prayer around rusted devices. In another, a dome displayed plague geometries across its interior surface, patterns so intricate that Brother Thack stopped counting for the first time and began to weep thick black fluid from beneath his helm. Vor looked once and felt his armor tighten around him, as if the pattern had tried to teach his flesh a more complete form of surrender. There were formulae here, not written for men, not even written for Astartes. They described corruption as architecture, entropy as angle, rot as a ladder ascending through the bones of reality. Some glyph clusters suggested the forging of plague through metal memory. Others showed diseases carried not by blood or breath, but by structure, command, oath, and function. There were warp metallurgic secrets etched into stone walls, diagrams of engines grown sick in spirit before rust ever touched their shells. There were records of worlds that had tried to master entropy before mankind learned fire, civilizations that had chained decay, worshipped it, weaponized it, and finally been corrected by it. Vor understood almost nothing. That was how he knew it mattered. Near the third descent chamber, the Death Guard found Iron Warrior's evidence, not bodies. Perturabo had not been wasteful enough to send many into the inner approach before the battle was decided. Instead, there were data spikes hammered into the stone, black iron rods surrounded by drilled anchor holes, and fragments of survey cable. Some had been shattered by the temple's awakening. Others still blinked with fading amber lights. A plague serf brought one to Vor. He crushed its casing in one gauntlet and let the exposed memory filament uncoil across his palm. His helm spirit struggled to pass the recovered fragments. Schematics flickered. Siege towers, containment engines, shell casings built around plague chambers, trench networks designed not merely to resist infection, but to channel it. demon engine frames fitted with inner rot furnaces, a projected design for something too vast to be a cannon and too precise to be a shrine. Vor showed it to the plague surgeon nearest him. The surgeon's mask clicked as he studied the filament. The Iron Brother did not seek blessing. No, Vor said. He sought a weapon. Typical. Useful. The surgeon gave a soft, wet laugh. Perturabo had wanted the temple's secrets not to bow before them, but to harness them, to take plague geometry and make it obey siege logic, to construct engines that could deliver entropy as bombardment, trenches that spread infection by design, munitions that carried rot through metal, flesh, and command lattice alike. He would have made the Temple of Ascension into a forge. Vor hated him more for the ambition. He respected him for it too. Mortarion stood in the chamber below when the prisoners were brought. There were 11 iron warriors alive enough to walk or be dragged. No one called them captives. Captivity implied a future. Their armor was cracked, their helms removed or broken open, their faces grey beneath ash and blood. Several were already infected. One had a bionic jaw that clicked uncontrollably. Another's left arm had rusted from the elbow downward, fingers fused into a useless claw. They did not beg. They looked upon Mortarion with hate, and that hate gave them dignity until the demonstration began. Mortarion did not interrogate them. He did not ask what Perturabo had intended. He did not seek codes, routes, vault maps, or admission of defeat. The Lord of Death had already taken what mattered. "Let them understand," he said. The plague surgeons obeyed. The first iron. Warrior was forced against a stone altar whose surface bore a spiral of oxidized bone metal. Hooks punched through his armor and pinned him upright. A surgeon opened a canister no larger than a clenched fist and poured a thread of living rust into the warrior's chest wound. The iron warrior clenched his teeth hard enough that several cracked. The rust moved inward. His armor began to rot from the inside. Not the outer plates, not the damage already done by battle. The infection appeared first around the power couplings under his ribs, then around the spinal plugs, then in the bionic jaw. The augmetic clicked faster, then softened, drooping from his face as the metal forgot its shape. Blood ran from the interface ports. His armor locks burst one after another, exposing flesh that steamed in the temple air. He tried to curse Mortarion, but his jaw fell away in pieces and clattered onto the altar. The second prisoner had both arms removed, and his augmetic sockets packed with plague ash scraped from Dysactis' surface. His nervous system lit like a shrine of pain. He convulsed so violently that his spine broke. The plague did not let him die until the rust had climbed into the armor spine and made the power pack scream. The third lasted longest. He recited the Iron Warrior's Oath while his bionics rotted in their sockets. His right eye burst, his armor seized, his hearts failed one at a time. Still he kept speaking until a plague surgeon reached into his open chest and packed a handful of infected machine fragments around the primary heart. The words ended in a wet choke. Vor watched without pleasure. Pleasure was too quick. This was instruction. Mortarion's cruelty in the temple was not battlefield fury. It was spiritual. He made the sons of Perturabo into unwilling proof. Their armor, their augmetics, their proud iron, their disciplined flesh, all became witnesses to the temple's truth. Iron could be taught weakness. Machine spirits could be made to suffer. Function could be infected. The strongest wall was only a future ruin that had not yet learned its name. When the last prisoner stopped moving, Vor expected some rite of victory, a declaration, a blessing, a promise to carry the temple's secrets into the long war. Around him, surviving death guards stood among black stone, oxidized bone metal, and dying iron warriors, their armor split, their bodies ruined, their weapons lowered in grim expectation. Mortarion gave them only orders. Catalogue the dead. His voice moved through the chamber like damp through a crypt. Harvest the infections. Preserve the metalliphage strains. Seed the broken trenches. Let the fire dust remember us. Prepare to leave. No one questioned him. The Death Guard did not win as mortals won. They did not raise banners and claim the ground as if possession were an ending. They spread. They left wounds that continued speaking after the army departed. They made worlds into carriers, ruins into altars, corpses into missionaries. Vor bowed his head. As you command. Mortarion turned from them and descended alone into the deepest chamber. Vor followed only far enough to see. The final chamber was small compared with the vaults above it. That made it worse. Its walls were smooth and uncarved, as if even the builders had feared to write there. At its center stood a black mirror, taller than an Astartes, framed in bone metal that had not corroded despite the temple's age. The surface reflected no torch, no helm lens, no plague glow. Mortarion stood before it. For a moment, the mirror showed nothing. Then it showed a mountain world beneath a poisonous sky. Barbarous. Vor knew it from the old stories whispered through Legion memory, the world of fog and tyrants, of high keeps and low suffering, of a sun climbing through poison toward the father he hated. Mortarion's hand tightened around silence. The mirror changed. Terror burned there, not as it had been, not as imperial propaganda carved it into lies, but as a wound beneath a golden throne. Armies marched, walls stood, sons betrayed fathers, fathers betrayed sons, a corpse ruled by refusing to finish dying. The mirror changed again. Perturabo appeared, not as a retreating foe, but as a shape of iron thought moving through future smoke. Around him were engines not yet built, trenches not yet dug, weapons designed against rot by a mind that had learned from humiliation. His bitterness had survived Dysactis intact. That made him dangerous. Then the mirror showed war not yet born. Vor could not understand it. He saw plague ships crossing black stars, iron fortresses splitting open under green storms, demon engines kneeling in fields of rust, worlds ringed by corpse moons, the temple's geometries burning across battlefields far from Dysactis, Mortarion standing in shadow, Perturabo standing beyond flame. Between them, something vast rotted toward birth. The image vanished. The mirror became black again. Mortarion remained motionless for a long time. When he finally turned, his wounded wing dragged across the chamber floor with a sound like a burial shroud pulled over stone. Vor lowered his gaze before the Primarch could see that he had witnessed anything at all. Above them, the Death Guard harvested the dead. Outside, the fire dust storms carried metalliphage through the ruins. And deep beneath the Cycloniad statues, the Temple of Ascension kept its secrets, having given just enough away to poison the future. The command bastion withdrew across Dysactis, without haste and without shame. Its tectonic treads crushed the dead into the ash as it moved, grinding iron warriors, plague thralls, poxwalkers, shattered servitors, and nameless mortal laborers into the same dark paste beneath plates the size of hab blocks. Fire still ran along its lower armor. Rust had flowered across its western flank in ugly red blooms. One of its gun towers sagged drunkenly, its inner rotation teeth stripped by metalliphage corruption, yet its barrel continued to fire by manual crank until the breach split and killed the entire crew inside. Perturabo stood in the command heart and watched the war become data. He had withdrawn. That truth filled the chamber more heavily than smoke, not fled, not broken, not routed by fear or forced into panic. Such words belonged to poets, cowards, and imperial remembrancers who had never understood the difference between pride and victory. He had conceded ground under unacceptable contamination conditions. He had preserved the mind of his force while cutting away flesh already claimed by infection. His engines were mauled, his trench belts were burning, his titans were poisoned by rust. Entire cohorts would need to be purged before they could carry Mortarion's gift into the Legion's deeper structure. But his command remained intact. Therefore, the war had not ended. It had changed. Around him, the command chamber operated in disciplined ruin. Cogitator stacks smoked through cracked casings. Slave adepts with blood running from their noses and ears translated casualty streams into hololithic columns. Servo arms dragged corpses away from command thrones and bolted living replacements into place. Warpsmiths moved through the chamber with sensors of black oil and flamers held ready, burning any console that began to display plague signs. The air stank of hot iron, cauterized meat, and machine fear. Perturabo did not sit. The throne behind him remained empty, a fortress of black metal, cables and weapon sockets awaiting a master who had no need to appear diminished by rest. He stood over the cathedral-sized hololith of Dysactis, his armor scarred by silence, his plating pitted with plague, his weapon systems stripped of several outer housings where rot had tried to make them treacherous. Iron dust fell from his warplate in faint red trails. A lesser creature would have called the damage grievous. Perturabo considered it information acquired at cost. The casualty data climbed. Legion infantry losses, severe. Forward artillery crowns, functionally annihilated. Demon engine packs, majority unrecoverable. Legio Abhorax god machines, multiple corrupted, one collapsed, others requiring isolation and probable vivisection of command manifolds. Slave populations. Expendable depletion exceeded expectation. Warpsmith cadres, degraded, obliterator cults. Several unaccounted for, possibly infected, possibly feeding, possibly both. Perturabo watched every line complete itself. The losses did not enrage him because they were large. Large losses meant nothing without context. He had spent armies before. He had fed worlds into sieges and counted the price acceptable when the result justified the expenditure. What enraged him was the insult hidden beneath the numbers. Entropy had altered geometry. Mortarion had not outbuilt him. He had not outmaneuvered him in the clean language of angles, arcs, reserves, and pressure. He had made duration itself hostile. He had turned time into a contaminant and forced every structure, every engine, every decision to sicken while being used. That was not genius in the form Perturabo respected. It was not elegance. It was rot elevated into doctrine. It had worked. That was the insult. Warsmith Drac Varix entered through the western blast doors. Armor blackened, one pauldron cracked, helm clipped beneath his arm. Half his face had been burned where a filtration seal had failed. He ignored it. Pain was a report from flesh, and flesh was often hysterical. He struck a fist to his breastplate. "My lord." "Report." Varix did not soften the numbers. 3 demon engine cohorts are beyond command recovery. Their cores are either infected, self-consuming, or hostile to all identification rights. The 2nd and 5th Terminator reserves remain functional at reduced strength. The 7th line was sealed and burned, according to your order. Legio Abhorax reports 1 Reaver collapsed, 1 Warhound immobilized, 1 Warlord showing manifold contamination, but maintaining reactor discipline under weapon silence. Purging requirements. Entire cohorts from the forward breach lines. All warriors exposed to airborne metallifage beyond acceptable threshold. All armor recovered from the 2nd wall must be stripped, burned, or cast into void furnaces. Prisoners are impossible. The Death Guard took those not killed by our withdrawal fires. "Not prisoners," Perturabo said. "Samples." Varix lowered his head by a fraction. "Samples, my lord. Purge the cohorts." No pause, no lament, no ceremony. Varix accepted the order as he would have accepted an ammunition allotment. "It will be done." A warpsmith at the secondary engine console turned from a failing data stream. His name was Gorhask, though Perturabo had already reduced him internally to a problem attached to a title. His mechadendrites trembled. Rust had climbed one of them halfway to the shoulder socket, and the warpsmith had not yet severed it. That alone was indictment. "My lord," Gorhask said, "the contagion exhibits intelligence beyond engineered parameters. It moved through prayer code, through bound engine impulses, through the old machine responses. It may be that the plague carried a divine will." The chamber became still. Varix did not look at Gorhask. No one did. Recognition would have granted the error shape. Perturabo crossed the distance in 3 steps. Gorhask began to speak again, perhaps to clarify, perhaps to plead the technical definition of divine, perhaps to save himself with precision he had already forfeited. Perturabo seized him by the helm and lifted him from the deck. The warpsmith's limbs kicked once. His mechadendrites sparked, then curled in fear against his own back. "There are no miracles," Perturabo said. "There are only weapons insufficiently understood." He crushed the warpsmith's skull inside the helm. The sound was wet beneath the crack of ceramite. Blood, oil, and brain matter poured through the gorget seal and down Perturabo's gauntlet. He held the corpse for a moment longer, as if waiting for it to become useful. When it did not, he threw it onto the deck. "Burn him, incinerate his tools separately. Any officer repeating his error will join him by degrees." The corpse was dragged away. Perturabo returned to the hololith. He did not swear revenge. Revenge was a child's word for unfocused reprisal. He did not raise his voice. He did not vow to drown Dysactis in iron, or promise Mortarion pain beneath the eyes of false gods. Such indulgences were for the sons who had needed poetry to survive their failures. Perturabo began designing. The hololith shifted beneath his command. Dysactis faded. In its place came schematics, countermeasure trees, layered tests, material charts, and hypothetical war engines not yet born. Sealed iron without machine spirit dependency. Sacrificial machine shells designed to accept infection and burn away before the contagion reached core systems. False reactors to lure metalliphage blooms. Plague bait engines with dead command loops, empty motive shrines, and armor grown around disposable memory. Gun lines designed to be abandoned before usefulness decayed. Trench networks built not to hold, but to shed infected sections like dead skin. Time had been used against him. Very well. The next time Mortarion made time a weapon, Perturabo would make time bleed first. Far beneath the Cycloniad ring, Mortarion stood within the Temple of Ascension, while his sons harvested the world above. The chamber around him breathed old cold through black stone ribs. The mirror had gone dark again, but its silence was not emptiness. It waited with the patience of a disease that knew every body eventually opened. Mortarion's broken wing dragged behind him when he moved, leaving a smear of black fluid across the polished floor. His armor had begun to close around several wounds, not repairing in the manner of iron, but crusting, thickening, and nesting rot within the damage until injury became ornament. Malgor Vor knelt at the chamber threshold. He had not been ordered to kneel. That made the gesture acceptable. Above them, the Death Guard worked. Plague Marines stripped infected metal from Iron Warrior's wreckage and loaded it into sealed reliquaries. Gene seed was harvested from the fallen of both legions where it could be taken, not out of reverence, but because even corrupted lineage had use in the laboratories of decay. Corpse slurry was pumped from trenches into plague vats. Demon residue was scraped from shattered engines with bone spatulas and packed into jars that whispered against their lids. Fragments of Titan machine spirits, caught in broken manifold crystals and cracked command thrones, were gathered by plague surgeons who handled them as though collecting teeth from a dead god. The battlefield had become a larder. Mortarion looked upward, though there was stone between him and the sky. "Perturabo lives," he said. Vor kept his head bowed. "Yes, Lord. He preserves what another would spend to satisfy pride. He concedes without accepting defeat. That is why he remains dangerous." Vor said nothing. Silence was safer than agreement when Primarchs spoke of one another. Mortarion turned slightly, the lantern hanging dark at his side, silence resting against his shoulder. He is one of the few beings left who can make war feel inevitable. The words carried no admiration. They were colder than praise. Acknowledgement, perhaps. Recognition from one damned brother to another. Then Mortarion's voice thickened with contempt. But inevitability is still only another thing that rots. Vor felt the truth of it enter him like a blessing. Outside, the final atrocity began. The Death Guard did not occupy Dysactis in the way lesser conquerors occupied worlds. They did not need garrisons in every ruin or banners on every wall. They seeded the planet. Plague canisters were driven into trench floors. Metallifage cultures were poured into ash wells and engine graves. Dead poxwalkers were packed into fissures where the fire dust winds would grind them into spores. Broken Iron Warriors' ammunition casings were filled with rust cultures and buried beneath the glass deserts. Titan wreckage was left open, not as salvage abandoned, but as infection cathedrals where machine agony could ferment. The fire dust storms took the gifts. They rolled across the battlefield, green, black, and heavy, lifting particles of plague, powdered bone, metallifage rot, and demon ash into their furnace lungs. What had once flayed unarmored flesh from bone now carried a subtler cruelty. The storms would enter wreckage. They would sift into armor seams. They would kiss dormant engines and teach them fever. Any who came to Dysactis seeking salvage, vengeance, record, or proof would breathe the war before they understood it had not ended. The world itself became warning. In the retreating command bastion, Varex returned after transmitting the purge orders. His armor smelled of flame. He had watched infected Iron Warriors sealed in furnace vaults and burned while they recited the Legion Oath through Vox grills melting over their mouths. He had not looked away. "The purges have begun," he said. Perturabo studied a rotating schematic of a plague bait engine. Completion estimate. Before translation, if the fires hold. They will hold. Yes, my lord. For a time, only machines spoke. Then Perturabo gestured, and the hololith displayed Dysactis behind them. The Cycloniad statues remained visible through storm interference, black-crowned, half-buried again, as ash reclaimed their faces. The Temple of Ascension no longer appeared on the map. The Death Guard had drowned the approach in contamination dense enough to blind most instruments. That, too, was information. "Archive all readings from the temple approach," Perturabo said. "The stone ring, the eye lenses, the psychic discharge, the infection curves before and after exposure." Varex inclined his head. "For future reduction. For future ownership." On Dysactis, Mortarion climbed from the temple into the corpse light of the ruined day. His ships waited above, plague hulks and war cruisers, hanging in orbit like diseased moons. Across the battlefield, Death Guard columns moved toward extraction zones at the pace of funeral processions. They carried relics, samples, wounded brothers, sealed infection vaults, and trophies stripped from Iron Warriors dead. They left more behind than they took. That was the point. Vor followed his Primarch through the Cycloniad ring one last time. The statues watched them go. Their single eyes were dim now, black and depthless beneath crowns of ash. One cracked face had filled with bodies, where the trench collapse had poured the dead into its lap. Another leaned slightly over the battlefield, as if listening to the rot beneath the earth. Demons no longer screamed near them. Most had fled, been consumed, or learned silence. No imperial witness would record what happened there. No administratum chronicle would count the dead. No loyalist remembrancer would paint the duel beneath the Cycloniad eyes. No inquisitorial archive would admit how much of Dysactis had been decided by two traitor sons measuring old hatred against newer corruption. The truth would remain with corrupted machines, dying demons, infected winds, and the dead packed so deeply into the ground that the terrain itself had changed shape around them. The Iron Warriors' signal ghosts faded first, cold bursts through the storm, withdrawal codes, purge confirmations, engine death notices, coordinates stripped of sentiment. Then one by one they vanished into the void, following the retreating bastion and the mauled remnants of Perturabo's force toward whatever fortress line would receive them. The Death Guard rose after, their dropcraft lifted through fire dust storms gone green with metallifage. Their hulls shed ash and corpse matter. Their engines coughed infection into the sky. Above them, plague ships opened their bays and took them in like wounds accepting knives. Dysactis burned beneath them, but not cleanly. It would never burn cleanly again. Perturabo departed with the insult. Mortarion departed with the temple's secrets. Both brothers left, convinced the other had misunderstood war. Perturabo carried away the knowledge that rot could be answered, that entropy could be mapped, baited, contained, and eventually turned back upon the hand that wielded it. His silence aboard the retreating fortress was not defeat. It was construction before the first rivet, vengeance before the first shell, a future siege waiting to be born in iron. Mortarion carried away the certainty that all fortresses were temporary, all calculations mortal, all iron merely patient rust. His victory was not joy. It was proof of an older bitterness. Perturabo had withdrawn because even the Lord of Iron could not make walls immune to time. Behind them, Dysactis kept everything else: the corpses, the titan bones, the screaming trenches, the infected ash, the cyclopean statues with their black eyes half buried in the grave dust of armies. The Temple of Ascension sealed itself beneath the wound of the world, not sleeping, not waking, simply waiting. Fire dust rolled over the battlefield. Where it passed, iron sickened. Where it settled, the dead continued their work. And in the silence after 2 demon primarchs had gone, the ruined world rotted forever.